Oh, in a rise and boast. So we give thanks that we need it the most. We have to give thanks that we really supposed to. Thankful. Blessings all for my life and I thank God for the journey, the earnings, I just for the plus. Gratitude is a must. Blessings for all my right hand. Was I supposed to be different, but they call me below. One time did sit down in a class and report that and they said the road and me go on with the road. Third form is them me try a thing. And you know it formed up to be a fire thing. Now up on stage with panic tire sing. Yeah, see me all diggy soon to the higher ring. Like hello brother, say I had to shut ya. Saw your poster, spectacular photo. Keep it burning, yes, that's the motto. If you need a butter, pass through your soul. You can't fall in a life, man. Me have to thank God for the journey, the earnings, I just for the plus. Gratitude is a must. Yeah, me say this is for all that right and but I go to the friends with the coffee below. One time they sit down in a class and we pour that. And they said the road and go on with it, go on with it. That's how a blessing upon me. And send me picture of my story. That's how a blessing upon me. And that's how I made to give him the cup. I'm delighted. Jano tell me push on it tonight. Got the music get me excited. Coming like a potion. Blessings all for my life and I thank God for the journey, the earnings, I just for the plus. Gratitude is a must. Blessings for all that are right hand. But I was with the friends with the club every load. One time did sit down in a class and we poured that. And they said the road and we go on with the road. To us. To us. Oh, in a rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks. We have to give thanks that we really supposed to. Thankful. Blessings all for my life and I thank God for the journey, the earnings, I just for the plus. Gratitude is a must. Blessings for all that right hand. But I was with the friends with the coffee below. One time did sit down in a class and we poured that. And they said the road and we go on with the road. To us.
Doesn't make sense now. Shit just got real, things are getting intense now. I hear you talking about we a lot, oh you speak French now. Giving me the sign, so I gotta take a hint now. I hit you up like, do you wanna hang right now? On the east side, and you know I'm with the gang right now. You say, do I wanna watch? Do I know what time it is right now? Yeah. It's after 2 a.m. and that's asking a lot of you right now. All she talking about is come and see me for once. Come and see me for once. You don't ever come to me. You don't ever come to me. All she ever says is come and see me for once. Come and see me for once. You don't ever come to me. You don't ever come to me. I've been up for 2 whole days thinking what I did to keep you going. Coming through the first ones that you left me, telling me what I went wrong. I'll admit I'm sorry when I feel I'm truly sorry. Things change, people change, feelings change too. Never thought the circumstances would have changed you. You said you never traded, no. And I believed you when they told me don't. But either way you're still invited and I can't even love you. Swear these days all you say is come and see me for once. Come and see me for once. You don't ever come to me. You don't ever come to me. All you hear me with is come and see me for once. Come and see me for once. Oh, y'all never come to me. Y'all never come to me.
Peace in the LBC. Peace in the LBC. Good morning or afternoon, night, good evening. Okay, it might be evening time somewhere because people be looking in from other places. Okay, other nations of people. All right, my Maz is in the house. Vibrant and melanated is in the house. Okay, peace to the LBC. Rob P is in the house. He's one of the hardest working, or one of the hardest working mods out there as well. Next to Vibrant, I don't know how many mod sticks he holds, but I know Vibrant holds over 100 mod sticks, and I couldn't do it. I'm not shit. I ain't doing that shit. Shakira Rise of the house. I done put all of y'all on the Summer Jam screen. I think I got everybody. So, oh my Lord, it's been a lot going on, a lot of conversations and stuff. Now, I have been in other lands in the YouTube sphere, if you will, watching other things, but I've been roaming around and I've heard of some stuff. And yeah, it's amazing to see, sometimes when one person is being ostracized or a person has multiple people that dislike them. And when I say multitude, I mean multiple, I mean a multitude, okay? Like a fucking multitude of people. And you really never know how deep the well runs into, because you'll hear rumblings, right? Or there'll be one or two people who have something snide to say. Trolls do what trolls do, right? And as well, in addition to. But when something provocative or scandalous or however the fuck you want to say it comes about, just to see how many people come out, how many people kind of tiptoe around conversations. Oh, my mic is doing good. That's good. Woo. And then people who once were friendly, all of a sudden abandon ship. It's a very interesting dance. And most of it is about people trying to protect their reputation if they can, right? Because they don't want to be tied or associated with a person for whatever fucking various reasons. So there's that, right? But I'll come back to that in a little bit, because I always give you guys my little checkups, or because I've been over there in the mob sector, so I like to get that out first to talk about it. Right now, the Philadelphia mob boss Joey Merlino is under fire by different other people in the mob genre, and so something was said that was over there that was interesting, right? So Dominique Sakali, he wants to have a back and forth, if you will. Thank you, Hassan. Peace in the LBC. He wants to have a conversation. Well, primarily he wants to have a conversation with John Gotti III, right? Because Angel Gotti's been out here saying certain things have been said, and they feel like, fuck it, bring your ass on the internet and come with the conversation. Let's have it, because Dom is like, yeah, fuck it. I have my 302s out there. It is everything's out there. I proffered, right? So that means I sat down with the FBI, said all the fucking things. And at the time I mentioned that you were in the life, these are whatever I proffer or whatever I say on these 302s have to, they have to pan out. They cannot not pan out. Otherwise my ass will go to jail, right? So when they're out here proffering, they have to, admit to all the crimes that they've done. And then also they have to give somebody up. That's the way I see it, right? So that's why they say they're all rats, right? Like a rat is a rat is a rat is a rat. So shit full of rats, if you will. But they also have an issue with Joey Merlino. And something was brought up in regards to Joey Merlino, right? Was to say, Dom, he was like, we could meet up, or you could, whatever, and you could bring as many black guys as you want, right? And then Gene, this is not funny, but Gene Barilla was like much good that would do him. Now, when he said the shit, right, when Dom said it, it's racist, right? The shit is racist, point blank, period. And when I go into these particular genres or fields of people, I never don't think that there's this racism isn't there. I don't never not think that. Literally, I tell you, I be on Discovery. I be out there on some kind of on a journey, if you will. It's safari. I'm on safari, and I'm watching all the animals in this particular, region, if you will. And so I'm watching this shit, right? And I'm listening to it, and I walked away from it. Then I came back and listened to it again, right? Because sometimes you can listen to a thing one time and it will hit a certain way, and then you listen to it again and it might hit a different way, right? But to me, it hit the same way both fucking times. Like, do you think that black people don't have any hitters? Do you don't think that there's any black people who couldn't put down some bullshit on you? Like that you don't think there's no fighters? Now, this is would be considered like a religious organization, but let's talk about like even the Nation of Islam. You don't think Farrakhan don't have deadly people around him, male and female, that will fuck you up? Now I don't know particularly why Joey Merlino has surrounded himself around black people or whatever. Because there's this question, like, is he still running the Philadelphia mob? Is he still, active, right? People, quite a few of them saying that, he is active, but he's trying to come under the guise of, because remember, he has that, well, it got bought out, but he started that whole cheesesteak thing. I think it's called Skinny Joe's or whatever. And so anyways, but it got bought out. Like, I don't know what happened with the cheesesteak fucking shit, but that particular project is no longer, unless he's in the back end and he's making it seem like he has no attachment to it, because they'll fucking do that too. They'll have their tentacles in every fucking thing. But Joey Merlino, he happens to be around a lot of black dudes, right? And some of them are protection for him and all this other fucking shit. But I was thinking to myself, a man is a man is a man. Either a man is strong and will bring that fire to your ass, or he's not. In every nation of people, there are warriors, right? Or people who are about that business and can fuck you up. It just is what it is. Now, if they have a particular problem with Joey Merlino being around black people, then that in itself is a whole different discussion. A whole fucking different discussion. But if you're a man and you want to come at another man and he's surrounded with his little army or whatever, you need to understand if his army or the people that are around him could bring pain to your fucking life, physically, mentally, emotionally, all the things in between. And I think a lot of times when it comes to black men, they want to undermine the power of black men as if to make them out to be cowards or docile of some sorts, or, nothing to be worried about or threatened about or any of that kind of stuff. And there's a long history that comes with that shit, that, making black men out to be docile. And I want to say that if you are not a particular nation of people who have had over 400 years of laws and governances and ordinances and codes and all kinds of fucking things put into motion against your people, where a other group of collective people, anybody who was outside of that group was enforcing it, then you need to be quiet. You really need to be quiet when it comes to those type of particular matters, right? Because I want to know where any of you particular men, right, out of the nation of black folks, what is considered black, have ever been, tied up, both arms and legs, and then the horses smacked to tear you apart. Has that happened to any of your ancestors? Or buck broken? Or were you kept as a slave? Like, I just want you to understand, like, I want to know that. You know what I mean? Hey, last call, peace in the LBC. So I think that, there has been a long history of trying to minimize the impact of black people, their contribution to the United Plantations of America. Hey, Muffy, peace in the LBC. I saw when you went live, but I didn't get to really stay like that, but I caught the replay. I came back. So I'm glad you're going live. You know what I'm saying? Oh, your picture's so pretty. There's some beautiful sisters on this app. They really are. And just beautiful in spirit, because it's not always about your looks. It is about the spirit of you. You know what I mean? That is the most beautiful thing, That is the most beautiful thing. But they don't give a fuck, but they know. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like this whole obsession. It's like really this weird ass, I feel like an obsession with black men and women in general, right? If it is not one, if they're not obsessing or trying to undermine us in our strength and stuff, then they're obsessing and trying to undermine us in our contribution. If they're not obsessing and trying to undermine us, like it's always a fucking thing. And then it's all this fetishizing and all this other fucking shit. Like it's just ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. Like I can be around you and I can respect your culture. I can respect, whatever you brought to the table, the history of your culture and all that kind of stuff. But I don't underestimate any culture of people. I don't underestimate any person. So my thing is that if I was to have a one-on-one with you, right? Like say it was a white girl, Mexican girl, the Italian girl, whatever the fuck, they all be coming under the umbrella of white. Anything white and me black, I'm not underestimating your ass. I can't afford to underestimate you because first of all, I know the laws are really all governed to protect you. And I also know ego is very fragile. And if one gets their ass fucking whooped, then it'll turn into fucking Karens and shit and start calling the police and making up stories and all that kind of fucking shit. So then that's another level of the game. So anything I do would really have to be quite methodical, like thought out. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It'll have to be. And I would prefer to be in situations where there are no motherfucking witnesses to the situation. It'll be my word against your word. And you would have to come with some like overwhelming proof of something, even though I know that might not even work in my favor because you might start doing the crocodile tear shit and the motherfucker will be like, this black woman, this giant black woman, they just out here abusing, and all that kind of shit. Like, it is the story of, and it's the history of, we know the history. So like, I don't know. Is your assessments coming from history? Is that what you're basing it on? Are you basing it on the fact that you have seen a subjugated people or people that have been subjugated and forced into so many fucking situations and then taken advantage of in so many ways, but everything is geared and designed to go against them in that fucking manner? And where it's not the same for you. Because I'm not to say that Italians haven't went through no shit. No, I'm not saying that. But I'm saying when you came up under the umbrella of whiteness, you got the complexion for the protection. And let's just talk about it. Let's really just talk about the things that you're able to fucking get away with, because you're not being redlined. You're not fucking having these predatory loans put against you. Matter of fact, motherfuckers are setting you up even after you done decided to murk a couple of people, like murked multiple people. You're being set up for, the good credit program. Stop playing with me. Stop fucking playing with me. So I don't know what their problem is with Joey Merlino in that particular sense of who he surrounds himself with. But I guess Joey Merlino feels like these particular black men, they they about the business and whatever the understanding is. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they looked out for him. Some people are loyal in other ways. They don't give a fuck what color you are. Did you show loyalty unto me? Have you ever crossed me? But it really should be like that, but it's not. We're not in a post utopia, racial utopia, so we can stop playing with that. Hey, kind to me, peace in the LBC. Good morning. Hey, Stomp Down, what's going on with you? Grand afternoon, driving and listening. This is an excellent conversation. Can you please describe in great detail what Buck Broken was? Do tell. Well, Buck Broken was when they basically sodomized, if you will, a man in front of all the other people so that they could see that they were taking his manhood away from him. And Buck Broken in a lot of ways is about a lot of things, right? Not just the sodomization, right? But, humiliating you and whipping you and putting you out there to where, for the world to know that this is a strong man outwardly, but he has no power. There's nothing he can fucking do but take this shit. And there's nothing you can do. Now, law wise, there was nothing you could do. But you could have set it the fuck off. Just, and not to say there wasn't rebellions. No, there were plenty of them. But sometimes you just got to set that fucking shit the fuck off. Fuck it. You know, we all gonna go down today, unfortunately. Maybe we won't, but we gonna give it to these bitches, and we gonna take it to them. And every fucking time we gonna take it to them, it's gonna be a never ending fucking battle. And I feel like that's really how it should have been. And just constantly. But you do have people who are fearful because they want to either protect their children, or they're scared for their man losing their man, or the women and stuff like. But shit doesn't happen. You just gonna lose some people. That's what it is. But at least lose them for a good reason. For a fucking good reason. You know what I mean? Shit pisses me off. Hey, be easy. So yeah, I've been over there with the fucking Italians. And I don't dislike Italians, you know what I'm saying? But and I do enjoy some of the stuff. I'm learning things about the government and participating with the government and all this shit I ain't gonna do. I ain't got time, you know what I'm saying? And people being stand up and what is considered stand up. So there's all that shit. Hey, Shame and a Scandal, peace in the LBC. So, I gave out a couple of names, but I try not to really talk too much. I mean, I tell you guys about the things, but I try not to talk too much about where I'm at exactly, because, these motherfuckers is weird and they always want to know where the hell you at and coming over with bullshit. Whew. Hey, Big Rigs, peace in the LBC. Peace in the LBC. So, yeah, there is a couple of people, right? They're having a battle over there. James Proctor's head is on the table. He's considered like a mafia historian, if you will, or journalist and stuff. And they're mad at him because of his alignment with the Gottis. They feel like he's been bought out by the Gottis. And, Angel Gotti, which is the sister of Victoria Gotti, I believe they're sisters. She has a channel here on YouTube. And now she's got it to the point where she's not doing lives. She's only doing members only lives unless she's going to interview. And I think it's because she's been having all these battles with, these men, in regards to her brother. But they're not going to let up. They're like, your brother's out here trying to act like he didn't 302, that he didn't proffer, that he's a stand-up guy. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to act like he's still, he's saying he's not in a life, but he presents like he's active. Well, motherfucker, bring your ass on YouTube and we'll just have it out on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Because you was a rat. They're saying that you was a fucking rat. There's no way to fuck around it. And they're really upset about, Proctor, because they feel like, Proctor took his ass up here. Hey, Black Pearl. He took his ass on live and got trying to cover up for John Gotti III, right? Which you guys would know him as John Gotti Jr., right? And you're out here trying to make it seem like he didn't sit down and communicate with the FBI. No, he has a 302. Now, whether he got what he wanted out of a little goodie bag that they be giving him, is one thing or another. Did you get some kind of immunity? Did you get, what is it called? Queen for a day or something like that? It's called Queen for a day, I believe, where you get to say all the fucking things and maybe put some stipulations to it. They'll tell you if they'll agree or not, but you get you don't get punished for none of the stuff that you've done, buffering. Is it buffering? I'm buffering bad. Am I buffering? I think that's been happening to me too. It's okay. Okay, thanks, y'all. Please don't. I feel amazing. Last call. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Am I buffering? We need to set something up. Last call. Okay. Last call. ASC. Can somebody tell me if I'm buffering? So yeah. So there's that. So I was over there. And some people are going to be going live today, and I'm going to be over there checking out the situation against Sterling. And, it's off, to be honest, that genre has a lot of numbers. Like, motherfucker do 1 hour live, and it's getting 10,000 views plus on a 1 hour live. So that particular genre it's doing what it does over there, but they're also like trying to close the ranks. It seems like I'm just like, what? They're closing the ranks. I don't know what's happening. Like they're like, it's an oddity. But then at the same time, it's not, because like all these fucking sectors pretty much do the same thing. They pretty much do the same thing. But I wonder if they're going to try to have a conversation with James. There's a couple of battles going down, so we will see. So, we will see. And Dominic out here acting like he want to fucking fight people. Like, it's messy. It's the same fucking two-step that you will find in other fucking sectors where people are, okay, thank you, Shakim. And you will find them battling each other and stuff like that. And so it's no different, but it's just a whole bunch of fucking white folks that happen to come from, Italy. Oh shit, And I'm certainly have peeked in over here some of those, trying to figure out, like, because somebody will recognize you, Sincere, you were buffering, but it's okay now. You were a little behind in the chat. Oh, so I was buffering. Fuck, that's crazy. So I'm certain a couple of people have popped in over here and just haven't dropped down because they're trying to figure out, like, where I'm from or what genre I'm from or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Hey, the hood table, peace in the LBC. Oh, okay. I just subbed. Okay. You subbed to my boo? Good. Because and I'll be doing my foodie thing. So that's another thing. I've been like posting stuff, food or whatever, and scenarios and situations. So there's that. Okay. What else? I think they're trying to get Lovely Love to go out there and fucking apologize to Barbara Warren so that she can get back into the food challenge. I personally don't think she should have to apologize for a fucking thing. I am still wondering who is controlling that particular Lunchables challenge. Oh, also, I found out that Lunchables are actually like $2.50 a piece. I thought they were like $1.98. That might have been a special at the time, but because I saw somewhere it was like 2 Lunchables for $5. I'm like, the fuck? Motherfucker, you can make your own damn Lunchable. I mean, what is this shit? Get some crackers, get a box of crackers, whatever kind of crackers you like. Get some lunch meat, go buy some fucking cookies. You can buy the cheapest cookies out there. You know what I'm saying? Get you one of those Tupperware thingies and just put that shit to fucking together and give it to the kids. Here's a Lunchable. Here's a Lunchable. I mean, I feel like it's a waste of money. Shit. Who the fuck is feeding that shit to their kids? Stop it. Please, Father, stop it. Okay, hey, James, peace in the LBC. They need to start cooking. They need to start using their fucking brain. I mean, they need to understand we're in a fucking war. Fuck these Lunchables and shit. Motherfuckers out here struggling and surviving. Good times. Ain't we lucky we got them? Dun, 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 dun. Good times. That shit made me laugh. Hey, Irby, did I say hi earlier? I hope I did. Oh my Lord, shit's funny as hell. I mean, these niggas do not know how to do anything. They say, "Ooh, sad." Dollar store has a cheaper version of Lunchable. I used to buy them there. Oh my God. I mean, that's a corner boy hustle. Like, man, he's like, you on the corner or something like that. You was like, let me go I'll take my ass over here and get like 5 Lunchables and shit. Some Capri Suns. Okay. I'll be on this block, Rodney. And I think Rodney has went and decided to go off into the sunset for a couple of days. Ain't nothing cheap at the grocery store anymore. Oh my goodness, the prices are outrageous. Like, it's out fucking outrageous. I'm always looking for, like, a sale or, buy one, get this, that type of shit. I'm always looking for a bargain. Is me or you two buffering? I think it's me, Because let me go out and come back in. Hold on one second. Let me do this. Can I do this? Let me refresh. Okay, I'm back. Okay, you're fine. It's just YouTube. Okay. Oh my God, Lunchables. I wish I would pay for someone to put items most folks have already in a little plastic sectional box. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Like, who is doing that? Well, it's YT. Okay, it's YT. Okay, so the way I look at it when it comes to the Rodney situation, there's three moving parts, conversations that are happening, right? And okay, the Lunchable Challenge can help give viewers ideas on. Let me read this shit. I don't mean to say it like that, Ron. Ideas on how to save money when cooking on a budget. Are we not in the cheerleading circuit? Did these niggas, man, have they been born with a silver spoon in their mouth? Did they not know how to make things stretch? Do they not know how to fucking cook? I mean, I'm confused. They need some ideas. Okay, I guess so. I guess so, Ron. Food is getting so expensive. It is. And so if you have a garden or whatever, like I would say investing in gardening and grow your own vegetables and stuff like that. And then that way your money's mostly going to fucking meats. And of course, if you're on a farm already or doing like farm life type of stuff, you already know what time it is because you already got the stuff there. So, and learn how to do things yourself. Like if they're charging an exorbitant amount of money for butter, then make your own butter at home. It's not that hard to make butter. You know what I mean? Like, and make your own sour cream and make your own own mayonnaise and make your own things and batch cook. And so that way you can knock a lot of stuff up out the box. So, knock it out the box, Rick. Knock it out, Rick. Hey, knock it out the box, Rick. Knock it out. Dun, dun, Slick Rick was the shit, okay? Okay, so anyways, let me just get to this. Also, you can literally just make the same thing over and over. Well, yeah. What do you mean? Far as a meal? Food is expensive, but if you buy real food and eat proper portions, it isn't so bad. You gotta cook, facts, and just bulk cook. That's a good thing. So let me get back to this whole thing with Rodney. Some people eat pasta every day because it is cheap and you can make hella variations. That's true. And I was just watching juke joint meals, right? So it goes into the history of the juke joint and the cooks and the ladies who opened up their houses, right? They would cook for the people that came in. There would always be somebody there singing, but most people were coming there for the food and, the camaraderie and the dancing and stuff. That's like juke joints, right? And, and if you know anything about it, maybe you have a great, let me see, like a great grandpa or whatever like that. And it was passed down or your grandpa told you about what was told to him and all the things with the juke joints, because normally you would have, what I'm saying? What is it like? Blackberry wine, or most of them know how to make moonshine. You know what I'm saying? They weren't playing. They had peach wine. They were making liquor up in that motherfucker too, and all kinds of different kind of meals, all the things. But what I noticed is they did a lot of shit with a pig, and it's unfortunate. The reason why most Black people eat pork is because these were the slops and stuff that were given to us, right? The history of slavery and sharecropping and stuff. And we took something or nothing and made it into something. They were giving us the shit that they wouldn't fucking even eat. The shit that they wouldn't fucking eat. And we had to survive. Like we had to survive. So you will see where motherfuckers took the ears of pigs and made sandwiches out of them. Pig ear sandwiches. Okay? The things that they wouldn't eat, the neck bones and all that stuff. Making meals and to survive. So it's unfortunate, you know what I'm saying? But we have things such as pot liquor, you know, from the greens and stuff. We have stuff that did make us healthier. But pig is not good. It's literally a garbage disposal, if you will, to the fucking world. It, you know, it's just, it doesn't have sweat glands. But what will a man do if they're starving? What would a person do to survive? You know, so there's that. Oh, speaking of, let me just say one more thing about the mob sector. Apparently, because they were reporting, right, the Hells Angel, whoever's over the Hells Angel or somebody high in the high ranking of the Hells Angels, this fool got caught using barcodes to steal food. So basically, he got arrested and stuff for shoplifting. So he had like these barcodes that he would have in his hand. And so he would scan those barcodes and he was getting like, I don't know, or they were somehow he had it set up. It was like a barcode scam where he was getting food at a certain price. Like, so say, for instance, some creamer costs like $5, right? Because I think like a 64 ounces of creamer, vanilla creamer is like $5, whatever. But he would somehow scan a barcode and it would get it for like $2 or $1 or whatever. So literally they're talking about like the Hells Angels. And I think the reason why they're attacking the Hells Angels, because I think Joey Merlino has some kind of connection to the Hells Angels. And it kills me when they're always talking about how these people are stand-up people and stuff like that. I mean, what is stand-up? Really want to stand up, you know, because I keep coming back to like the racist part of your guys' little organizations, the fucktard shit that you guys have participated in. And then the fact that there's a whole bunch of psychopaths and sociopaths. Like, I mean, it would have been cool for Jeffrey Dahmer to be a Hell's Angel. I just want to know. Charlie Manson, any of those, I mean, because like you guys probably like over there, like in the same realms of this shit. You know what I'm saying? The same realms of that shit. But yeah, what I'm going to do is I hope I find a video again and I'll post it about, you know, the history of the juke joint, the food down in the Delta, in the South and stuff, you know, what foods were on the menu when you went to a juke joint. And you can just, you know, I like to so, you know, the history, because it talks about how we as Black people have to survive this fucking shit. Wasn't nobody trying to give us shit. Matter of fact, these motherfuckers was trying to kill us constantly. If they weren't trying to kill us through food, they were trying to kill us through laws and fucking physical actions, you know, just stringing them up and all that stuff. Like, this is a constant war field battle type of situation that we're in and been in and still fucking in. And then they get mad, like all of a sudden that we're supposed to just be like, you know, like, I don't know why they need us to suck a fart out their ass so bad. Like, why do we have to suck a fart out your ass? Why? Because it has been set in motion to be that way. And you're like, how dare you? How dare you take your fucking lips off my ass? Negro, you know? Hey, Ronnie, peace in the LBC. I was just getting ready to talk about you. Or talk about your circumstance, if you will, just a little bit. But I'm getting sidetracked with other things, you know? So let's go over here. I know B, but spaghetti is good. Okay. Unless Chitterling Circuit Black then was a majority entertaining. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. It's the Chitterling Circuit. That's why I keep calling these motherfuckers. We are on the Chitterling Circuit. And they want to come out here and, you know, do the step and fetching and the two-step and shit like that. And, you know, put on the show. I'm looking forward to it, but that's because I usually enjoy those cooking competitions. You enjoy the competitions? Yeah, so I don't know if Lovely Love is going to be put back in the competition or not, but I don't think she should have to, you know, I don't think she should have to kiss ass to do so. Two of my partners are patched Hell's Angels. You would never see them online. Just a hint to some of those cats on social media. Okay. Yeah. There's some Hell's Angels that fuck with Black folks, you know what I'm saying? But there's a history to these fucking situations. I mean, there's history. Now, people have probably come a long way, but I take art. You know, I'm like with Dominique laughing about, you know, Joy Merlino being surrounded by these Black, you know, guys, right? You know, connected with him or whatever the fuck. That's his little team or whatever you want to call it. And the way you're snickering, like it would have been different if you'd been like, these fools is weak. There's some weak ass men he got around him, you know what I'm saying? Because I done tested one of them, or I tested a couple of, like, coming with some factual stuff. But if you are going to specifically say, bring as many black guys as you want, I'm like, what? Say what? I mean, what does their ethnicity have to do with it? They're men, are they not? Either they strong men or they not. Either they weak men or they're not. If they, either they're men that could bring that pain or not. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What are I you know, so, but I'll be over there. So I'll be over in the mob sector. Might say something, because see, that particular nigga though, that particular Italian, he tries to ignore me when I be making comments and stuff, but I know he see me because his eyes get big and he's like trying to figure out what the fuck. But, I'm going to, point that out, the next time I'm over there, because, it's bullshit. Like, stop playing with it. So, what's a stand-up dude? A fucking psychopath? You guys are literally over here calling other people who do the same murky shit as you, calling them fucking serial illers and stuff. Like, you're all fucking serial illers. Stop playing. Stop playing. Okay. Most hell angels are anti-black, full stop. Facts. Some are cool, but still won't ever build a business with you or want you dating white women or in positions of power and authority to the white community. Facts on facts on facts. And they will do business with you. They have been known to do business with black motorcycle gangs and stuff like that, but it's the business venture. Money is green, but they don't like your black ass. Stop playing. Stop playing. So anyways, let's just go forward. So, okay. So when I look at the situation with Rodney, now we're over into the beef sector again. I feel like there's like three moving parts, right? Or at least three components to the situation. One, where he changed his name to Rodney Kelly, right? There's that one component, or at least they're throwing that up in there. The other one where he made some derogatory comments towards black people, especially black women. There's that. And then the other one where he made this comment towards, what did he say? Like something about a 17-year-old. Now, let me just say this properly. How was this stated? Something about young, light-skinned 17-year-olds, right? And so there's three things going at one time. Three things going on. I went to school with my folks. I never walk in their clubhouse. Okay. Okay. Facts. Like shit. You know what I'm saying? Anyways. So, first of all, and there's been like, Rodney has done a live to this, right? That I can see that he's done a live. I caught the replay. He has admitted to some actions. He admitted to saying a thing, but now he's saying that he didn't say a thing, right? So there's that. And most people are like, why would you admit to something that you didn't do? That is a reasonable conversation to have, right? Like, because I wouldn't admit to something I didn't do. There's no fucking way that you can have me up against the wall. I'm not going to be frazzled about the shit or none of that fucking things. Like, fuck you, I didn't do that shit. It's like whenever these bitches jump out here and decide to fucking tell me what the fuck, the facts of my life, I tell these bitches, bitch, and what? Now what? Let a motherfucker believe what the fuck they want to believe. But if you say something even more specific, like you try to go there, I'm a bitch, that ain't it. I'm very consistent. 5 years from now, I'll be saying the same fucking shit that I said before. It's not going to change. Like the verbiage is not changing, right? So I don't know why he did that. So now also they're tearing Shaquem apart because he came out here talking about the grok, right? Grok part far as with Twitter and, what Grok's capabilities are. And a few people have came out and said, Grok is infallible. Well, it's fallible, not infallible. It's fallible, and and they did the same thing with me, right? When I was saying I was talking about, or I used, chat G. What did I use? Google Gemini or Chat GPT? GPT. Which one did I use? Well, when all that shit was going on with me and Goosey and stuff, there's like, she's fallible. Yes, that was my mistake, big mistake. Okay, it's entertaining. I would call them stand up. Majority of them thieves, deleters, and sociopath snitches. Okay, but they think they stand up. They think they stand up. So let me slow down a little bit on this. So. I don't know what they want to use as a reference. What is acceptable? Far as if you are trying to dispute a thing. Because we could use history books, right? Right? There's history books. There are physical books that, you can use as a reference, right? There's articles and different things you can use. I don't know. Just any, you can use a number of things, but that's not accurate either, right? Because the history books depict certain stuff. Like even today, they're trying to erase slavery. So, you know what I'm saying? Fuck it. Motherfucker be like, oh, slavery existed. And I was like, the history book says it didn't. I don't see it nowhere in the history book. You know what I mean? That's not a good, like, it'll be okay for their point, right? But if it would actually be the truth. So, when we're talking about revisionist history and stuff like that, pretty much even the history books, any kind of any kind of journal, magazines, or publications or whatever, that wouldn't even be enough. When we're looking at Google Gemini and we're looking at Chat GPT and stuff like that, they're referencing things that are already on the internet and things that are out there through, like, online publications such as, say a history book, if you will, or Wikipedia. People always felt the way about Wikipedia. Dictionaries, all kinds of shit, like encyclopedias, all these fucking things. Like, these things are being cross-checked, across time. Like, it's like so many things, so many things. And it'll tell you exactly where to go to see, or that source, right? So Google Gemini will do that. Chat GPT will do that. It will say, okay, according to da 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 da, and then it'll tell you where to go so you can read it further and break it all down and stuff like that. It's it's an algorithm. It's AI. It's AI. It's AI. Ronnie never admitting to any tweets per se. He said, if I said that, this is how I mean it, which was hypothetical. In fact, Miss Creativity got mad at him for not remembering the tweets. Okay, there's multiple ways to search tweet archives. I gave them multiple ways to do it. They need to discredit Grok, but that is not a substitute for positive proof that those perverted tweets are real. I gotta admit, I really don't do well under pressure. The pressure was so bad. Okay. Yeah, and I saw that, like, I was watching the Hood Table, right? Or at least I got the replay. And I saw that Talent went over there and he hit the link, and he was pretty much speaking to that as well. He's saying that, you as well as Ro, you guys are not ones to kind of like, you're not very good with your, defending yourself or getting your words out, or really kind of like, bringing your point. And I would agree with that. I would agree with Talent on that, right? And there was a bit of a back and forth, and Talent was like somewhat, saying, hey, he's not to be discredited. Like, why you kind of like, why are you doing that type of thing, right? And they brought up the Kelly part. Like, they told him that, you had the name Rodney Kelly, and that made Talent like shut down. Talent was like, wait, what? Well, I take back everything I set up here so far, and let me find out some more information. I'll come back later with, like maybe, so you see that Talent at that point is trying to separate himself, right? But talent doesn't know at that point. The reason why Kelly was being used because that is your family name. And that is why you were over there, when you were over there at Grown Folks, you were like, you didn't want to put yourself in more of bringing your family into it. You should have probably just said that, because you had already been doxxed and all that kind of stuff. And people already know this. Well, some people do, but everybody doesn't realize that Kelly is your mother's maiden name or your family name. So it's not because you were trying to be, perverse in that moment or whatever the fuck. That's literally what the case is in regards to your family name, right? So there's that. But still, if you don't remember a thing, you just should not take credit to it. Like, you should just not do that, because the context is there, the context is not there. Nobody knows why it was said. What was the purpose? You did explain, right? You were saying that, when you're young, you're more virile and da 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 da. But that would not explain away the other part of it, because what is being light skinned and all this shit got to do with all the tea in China? Because one could just simply say, or even the age, right? One could simply say, and if it's about you, one would literally say, hey, when I was 17, I was out here and I was young, and you know what I'm saying? And whatever. If you want to put the light complexion in there, you could do that. Young, light complexion, which I don't know what's the relevance of that, but I was out here and I had all kinds of energy. It would be more personal. And if you can't remember a thing that you said, you just simply say it. So that's why one would just nail you to the cross when it comes to that particular situation, because it's just in of itself is very weird. And that would imply that maybe there is something there. Now, you're not like a Yusuf or whatever in the sense of like, because Yusuf was going to court and all of that kind of shit. Like, it's a lot, but it's just odd, right? It's just odd. But then we see, so down the road, we see, I'm just laying out all the things I've saw, right? You guys could tell me if I'm wrong or whatever, but this is what I at least perceived from what I saw, the little bit that was, because I was all over the place, fucking around with them Italians over there. Because that's where the fuck I've been. And I've been in the mafia sector. I ain't gonna even lie. Oh, and I've been in the Mo 3 sector, but I'll talk about that too, because it's going down over there in the Mo 3 sector. Just like, God dang, they all fucking running the mug. They are literally falling out left and right. But let me get back to what I was saying. So Shakim comes out and he's saying that the tweets are fake. They're fake because they should be able to be researched. They should be able to be like Grok, which is the Twitter, I don't know, Autobot, whatever, should be able to find these things, right? So I found that was interesting. So I asked Google Gemini, right? So I was like, let me see. So I said to Google Gemini, can you use Grok to authenticate, right? Like the authenticated tweet or whatever, right? So this is what it said, right? Now, one will probably feel a way about me using Google Gemini because Google Gemini is fallible, right? All things that are man-made are fallible. It might not be a credible source to them, but I feel like if you have all kinds of things that you can use to reference and figure out and send you down the road and to find out some more shit, like, they should be used. They're tools, right? They're tools that are used to get to information. So here we go. So the answer was, yes, you can use Grok, X's built-in AI assistant, to help check details about a tweet or comment, because Grok has direct, real-time access to live posts and public data across X. Then they give you a link, you can hit it and go over there and see what's happening, right? Then it says, you can use Grok in a few ways to assist with authentication. Number one, ask Grok to verify the tweet's existence. If you have a link or a text from a tweet and want to know if it's real, you can prompt Grok directly within the app. So then here's an example of a prompt. So, it's like search X post to verify if the username and stuff like that, actually posted this statement, and then you insert the quote, right? So then it says Grok can scan the live platform to see if the user's timeline contains the specific post or if it's a fabricated quote. So that they can look to see if it's fabricated or not. And so I think that's why you find, or at least it was my understanding, that could be, correct me if I'm wrong, where some things were popping up when it came to Rodney and then other things weren't, right? So because it existed and then other things didn't exist. So there's that. So number 2, check context and community notes. Grok can summarize ongoing conversations or controversies attached to a specific topic or account. If a tweet is going viral or is suspected of being misleading, you can ask, right? Example, here's another prompt. What are people on X saying about this post by, and you put the username, right? And then this is an example. And is there any context or community notes attached? So you could ask Grok questions. That's what that is. Hey, P, what's up with you? Peace in the LBC. Peace in the LBC. So then it says, limitations to keep in mind. While Grok is useful, let's pay attention to this part. While Grok is useful for pulling up live posts and checking platform activity, it is not an infallible fact checker. So this is about facts, right? Grok relies on public data. It relies on public data, right? And post on X. So a post that was put on X, that would be public data, which can sometimes include rumors, bot-driven trends, or unverified claims before they are corrected. So there's two different things. Like a comment that somebody made would be something totally different than, say, a rumor or a trend or whatever. It's your comment. So if it's a comment and it was put out there publicly and whatever, that's what Grok is looking for. Something that's made public that was posted on X. So it's not an infallible fact checker, meaning that it could possibly tell you something that is actually a rumor that has not been corrected yet. It's a possibility that can happen, bot-driven trends or unverified claims before they are corrected, because it's talking about what has been posted. It's going by what has been posted on X. So basically we're saying is don't use Grok to write a thesis. Yeah, don't depend on Grok to write a thesis. But if you want to track down what somebody said on X, and when they said it and shit, you can use Grok for that, because Grok is going to track it down. Look at Grok. Inspector Gadget. Go, Grok, go. Go, Grok. It's an investigator. Grok is investigating shit. Like, what the fuck Grok gonna pull up? Okay. So it says, always cross-reference what Grok finds by checking the account's official profile details, creation date, verified checkmark type, because there's three checkmark types, right? And precise handle spelling. So the handle of that person has to be precise, because what somebody can do is that they can act like they're you, and they would have to change the handle a little bit by, like alternating a letter. So like say it's supposed to be a capital I, and said they'll put a lowercase I or a 1 or something like that there to change it a little bit, So it's kind of like what they do on YouTube when they're trying to clone you and shit like that, to ensure you aren't falling for an impersonator. So, because people impersonate. Let me see. I put in there, do you see a handle Rodney Kelly on Twitter? I do not have a real-time live browsing access to look up specific activity usernames on X, Twitter at this exact second to see who currently holds and handle. However, you can check it yourself or use Grok directly on the platform by searching for variations like from Rodney Kelly, or looking up the exact spelling in the search bar to see what profiles pop up and evaluate their legitimacy using the authentication steps we discussed. Um, can I access Grok without a Twitter? Yes, you can. You do not need an X Twitter account to use Grok. AI offers Grok as a standalone service outside of the X platform. Here's how you can access it. Then it says all that stuff and the limitations. So there's that. Hi, Sin in chat. Who is this? Have you tried asking Google the exact same questions about Grok? If not, you should try it and tell us what you find. Have you tried asking Google the exact same questions about Grok? If not, you should try it and tell us what you find. Okay, I'll do that. Because I don't know, like, they want to separate the stuff, but Google, I guess Google's different. Who owns Gemini and Chat GPT? Is it owned by Google? I don't know, but I'll get there. Now, this is just something, because I was questioning like some of the things that were being stated, right? Because I was like, this is odd. Because like I said, it's 3 different things going on, like in a situation. The tech community does advise using Grok to determine authenticity. Yes. How are you doing today, Black Girls Code? I hope you're having a lovely day today. I hope you are. Peace in the LBC. But yeah, they the tech community, they would all know. So shit, there's that. Anyways, everybody has, the tech community does not advise using Grok to determine authenticity. Well, okay, that's one. I'll look it up, okay? So let me go over here real quick. I'll get to that in just right, doesn't. I'll get to that in 1 second. Where's I checked it? Okay. I wrote in Gemini, I said, how can you authenticate a Twitter tweet? Right? That's what I said. So it says authenticating a Twitter X tweet involves verifying whether a post is genuinely from the account it claims to be from, or checking if a screenshot of a tweet has been fabricated. Because tweet generators and impersonator accounts are common, use the following steps to verify a tweet's authenticity. So it says, number 1, check the direct source, URL search, right? So there's that. Never rely solely on a screenshot of a tweet. So it says, go to the live platform, search for the user's handle directly on Twitter, X, or look up their timeline, right? To see if the post actually exists. Okay, then the other one is look for unique URLs. Real tweets have distinct permanent URLs containing the user's handle and a unique post ID number, right? So there's the part where it's like a post ID number. That's part of it, And if someone is sharing an image instead of a link, be immediately cautious. Okay, so then it says number 2, inspect the account details. If you're looking at the live profile, examine key indicators to ensure its authenticity or it's authentic. Verification badges, note the type of check mark, right? So they have the blue check, the gold check. So the blue check is for like X premium subscribers and stuff. The gold check is like, for businesses and organizations. The gray check is for like government entities and agencies, right? Then it says handle versus display name. Scammers often use a recognizable display name, right? While maintaining a completely unrelated or slightly altered user handle. In lowercase, that's what I explained, like they could change it up like that. So scammers often use a recognizable display name, but then but their handle is like altered, right? So I guess it's 2 different ways. Account history and matrix. Check when the account was created. Accounts created very recently or those with usually low follower counts and engagement metrics relative to the prominent figure they claim to be are often parody or personator accounts, right? Then this is number 3, verified timeline consistency. If a screenshot claims a public figure tweeted something scandalous or surprising at a specific date and time, scroll through the user's actual chronological timeline around that timestamp, right? Check if other reliable mainstream news outlets or independent fact checkers have reported on the statement. That's like if you're doing that kind of stuff. That's like, public, like really major stuff. Major statements by public figures are rarely isolated to a single tweet without media coverage. So that's like if, I don't know, fucking Joe Biden or somebody says something. And it says, look for parody or satire labels. X explicitly labels automated and parody satire accounts. Check the account's bio or profile labels to see if it is explicitly designated as a parody or a fan account rather than an official source. So there's that. It says, so I put in this, right? Because has been doing facts. Okay, I just seen Flacco got put on blast, making fake tweets on messages. This is just getting wild. Man, not Flacco. I was just over on his channel. It was just on his channel. That's crazy. So I didn't know that. So anyways, let's see. So I typed in here, I was like, I want to authenticate just a tweet, not a picture, a comment posted. When you're looking at a live tweet or an actual comment reply posted directly on X, rather than just a static screenshot, verifying its authenticity requires checking the infrastructure of the post and the account behind it. The following steps outline how to authenticate a live post. Check the permanent URL structure. Every real published post on X has a unique web address, a URL containing a distinct numerical ID. The format, a genuine tweet URL always follows this format, right? So it's like HTTPS with the colons, / username, status, unique number, the unique number stringing, right? So it'll be like that. Hey, CT, peace in the LBC. Inspect the account profile, the source. A tweet can be live on the platform, but it might originate from an imposter account rather than a real public figure or brand. Click on the profile name to verify the exact handle. Scammers frequently create lookalike accounts by changing a single letter or adding underscores, right? So there's that. Go back to that. With the blue checks, the gray checks, the gold checks. Okay. Review engagement and account history, account creation date, follower to follower ratio, how many followers, cross-reference the timeline, so on and so forth. So then after that's when I asked about can Grok be used to authenticate? So there's that. So you can look this stuff up yourself. And let's do what Black Girls Code said. Let me see. And I'll just go into Google itself. Let me go to Google this way. I'm going to do it this way. So this is Google. And I'll be, can Grok be used to authenticate comments on, should I say it that way? Comments on Twitter. So I think this is what Black Girls Code wanted me to do, correct? I think I'm doing it right. Now, I don't know where because it's saying, yes, Grok can be used to analyze, summarize, and fact check comments on or post on X, formerly Twitter, but it is not an official authentication or cryptographic verification tool. So it's not an official authentication or crypto verification tool. How Grok interacts with posts, context, and summaries. You can tag at Grok in replies or use the native interface on X to ask the AI to evaluate claims made in comments comments or posts. Real-time data, Grok pulls real-time public posts and web data to give background information or check the plausibility of a statement. Limitations as authenticator, no proof of authenticity. Grok cannot verify the true identity behind an account. Prove a statement is objectively factual beyond its training data and live search or provide. Where's the rest? Is it in there? It says show more. Let me see. Where am I at? Check the plausibility of a statement. No proof of authenticity. Grok cannot verify the true identity behind an account. Prove a statement is objectively factual beyond its training data and live search or provide cryptographic proof that a comment is authentic. Risk of errors. Independent experts in AI note that AI models can hallucinate, misinterpret context, or present incorrect information confidentially. Community notes. For crowdsourced truth checking and context on X, the platform relies on community-driven community notes rather than Grok's automated AI generation. Okay. Would you like to know how to use community notes? No, I don't want to know how to do that. So anyways, there's that. And I think it's pretty much what I was saying earlier. If you make a statement on Twitter, it's going to find that statement. But it's not going to be able to tell you if the statement is true or not, or who might even really be behind it. Like, it's going to take a couple of more steps, a couple more steps in that situation. But if you're just tracking down public data, like if you're tracking down public comments that people have made in Twitter, it's going to go to that comment, right? Because it's out there publicly. It's in the Twitter sphere, if you will. That's why I think, a couple of things that came up for Rodney came up and then the other things didn't. So there's that. So I don't think when it comes to that particular situation about the Grok and all that stuff is, I think people want to dismiss it. And I think it's probably because they don't like him. For one, they don't like Rodney, but two, and whenever you're having a debate or you're having like this, like whatever you want to call it, people are going to look for the weakest point in your fucking argument so that they can throw it out the window. I don't personally throw the baby out with the bathwater. If you have a point and I could point holes in your situation, or you could point holes in my situation, then, as any debate, like if you're a great debater, then you should be able to come back with something that will even disprove what they're saying. So I'm pretty much saying this is that, there's many tools at your disposal to figure out a situation. So it looks like there's it just looks like it, point blank period, that there were some fabrications made, right? And then there were some truths. So those things were put together. And it's kind of like how the devil works. Well, the devil works with more truth than lie. The devil works with the truth, you know what I'm saying? But he likes to twist it, to challenge your ass and get you to question shit. Like, I'm saying, like, really? You say God said you could fly. He said you have wings. Like, let's test it out, jump off this cliff. You should be able to fly. You know what I'm saying? God said, you said that, right? Like, he said he gave you wings. Like, jump off the cliff. I want to see you fly. That's how the devil do it, right? Devil's busy. But if you're going to present a lie, you would have some truth in it. You have to have it weaved in and twisted up in there and intertwined to the point where, you know what I'm saying, it could look structurally sound. So there's that. Oh, I got some jewels. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Judy. Peace in the LBC. So take what you will from that communication. You know what I'm saying? I read exactly what was on there. I also went to Google to read, why is this not doing? To read what Black Girls Code put out. So it's like, it's a conversation. We're having a conversation. So there's nothing to be up in arms about. Christianity, Islam, etc. All holy books have a mixture of truth and falsehood. Hence, the need to continuously force religion upon the mass will also bring civilization to humanity. I like Rodney, but I also know for sure that Rodney wrote all of those posts, and Rodney knows that he wrote all of those posts. I know that for sure. Okay, if you know for sure, then like I don't know. I don't know anything for sure. I know what is being said. I do know that whatever posts like that were put in there or tweets that were made, I know now this is what my understanding is because it was mentioned over at Rodney's, and then I've seen a few other commentators talk about it and stuff, and they feel a way about the Grok situation, but they also feel a way about Shakim. They feel like Shakim's, word ain't shit, you know what I'm saying? And that, I guess amongst all the peoples on YouTube who have said and done things and got caught this way and that way, like Shakim is the worst of them all. He's the worst of them all. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who is the worst of them all? Shakim. He couldn't possibly be telling the truth. And I'm just reading what it says about the Grok situation. Like, this is what it is about Grok. This is what it looks like if you Google it. This is what it looks like if you ask Google Gemini. And it's going to be what it looks like if you ask ChatGPT in regards to tweets. There is a way to show, like where that tweet came from. It gave you all the things about what a handle should look like. It's supposed to have like this number ID, all these things. Like, there it is. And if you want to explain why certain things popped up and other things didn't, it's because some shit exists and other things don't. But here is like for all people who actually are not, because when I talk about things like this, people get upset with me, right? So it's like, what is she talking about? Whatever, because they don't like me. But take away not liking me for whatever your fucking reason is. Just listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth in regards to this. You literally have a way to truly authenticate. A couple of ways. If you were listening to the words that are coming about, like what I read, you don't have to solely depend on Grok, but it's giving you a way to identify. And therefore you should be able to trace and find it. You should be able to find all the tweets. Then you'll see the responses. You'll understand that the handle is different than the username. Like, they have different identifiers. I think that's how it goes. The handle is different than the username. But, there it is. So there's that, right? There's that. So putting all that stuff to the side, now we come back to owning something or taking ownership for words, right? Taking ownership for words that are not your own. If you're saying it's not your own. Did I say hi, CT? Peace in the LBC. Did I say hi? I don't know. I said it. It's the confessions for me that this is YouTube, not court. Miss me with the pressure rod, weak as fuck. Okay. I mean, I don't even understand that. I do not understand that my damn self. I don't. Like, I don't know why would you own up to something that you didn't fucking do. And so that's where you look suspect, and that's where it looks weird, and that's where it looks like all kinds of things. And this is why certain things are happening where there's like this disassociation coming about. Everybody's like, I don't want to, I don't want my hands tied with this situation. The block is hot. You're fucking hot. Apparently, I think they must have asked Now, I don't know how true this is or not, but you know, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. But Cypress Swamp Puss, they asked Cypress Swamp Puss if they were going, you know, if she was going to let Rodney back over there. She was like, you know, got stumped a little bit, like he can't come now, but maybe later on down the way, you know. And but I think that's a real fucking response, right? A real response, because things are presenting a certain way initially, and then shit takes a turn, you know. And many of us who have been on here long enough, we do know what a witch hunt looks like. Also, we do know when people don't like people, how things will happen. And if you have certain camps that are known for doing fucking certain things like creating shit and stuff like that, and they're gunning for you, you know what I'm saying? It's going to look a fucking way. It's just going to look a fucking way. And then somewhere down the line is going to, like, you know, get cleared up or forgot about or whatever. And the truth is not for everybody. I always say, like, you know, a tribal, well, we all say this, you know, most of us have said this, right? Because this has been told to us throughout history. You know, a lie will travel far and wide before the truth even, you know, laces up its bootstraps. So by the time the fucking truth comes, the lie will have been disseminated so far fucking far and wide that the truth is not, you know, it matters, is of relevance and is of consequence, but it is not for everybody. So somewhere down the line, after all the hoopla and all the fucking things and all that shit, it will be to the point where maybe they'll be, you know, they'll allow him on the platform, they'll allow for him to be around or whatever. But right now the block is hot. And also, I think a few people have told Rodney that he needs to go sit down somewhere, take a break from the comes back to, did Rodney or why Rodney would admit to something that he didn't do. That is just like, you know, I would never do that. I definitely wouldn't do that. Hey, Dr. Soapy, peace in the LBC, okay? The man I'm marrying in April is an ER doc. Oh, he's an ER doc and he's from Ghana? Oh, that's nice. Okay. All right. It's a very controversial either way. It is very controversial. And there's a few CCs I've heard talking about it. And depending on how a person feels about a particular CC, they'll come out here and they'll probably say the same thing that I'm saying, or speak it in a very general way, and will nobody feel no way about the words that are coming out that particular person's mouth. They'll be like, oh, you know, you're right, you're so right, and you know what I'm saying, and that's how it should be looked at and stuff, because they like that person. But say if it's me and I'm the one talking about it, then it's going to be problematic because you don't like me. But I'm able to separate the words from the person, right? Because I don't have to particularly like you to understand the words that are coming out your mouth and to understand if it's a logical conclusion or not, or to get where you're coming from. But we do know when it comes to this, like a particular group of people, they are going to just be very adamant and very, you know, focused or hyper focused. And they're going to come out with the tiki torches and the fucking pitchforks and all the fucking things. And they're going to be looking for blood, but from those people. And that particular group of people is very selective. You know what I mean? I personally don't care one way or another how a person feels, and you know, in a sense of when it comes to me, because I already know what time it is. I've spoken on it. I don't need to rehash it. We all fucking understand. Point blank, period. Like we all know what time it is, you know, and so you know, but it doesn't make me wrong. It could make quite a few people haters, but it doesn't make me wrong. Like you literally need to come with things that can contest what I am putting down as what is factual and what is not factual. So for all of those who say that, you know, Grok is not a credible source, you're correct in the sense of Grok is one that can't authenticate certain things, right? Because there could be rumors or conjecture or whatever out there. That is true. But it can pinpoint down tweets where somebody tweeted, something is out there publicly, and it's going to take you straight to it. Now, does that mean that the person in question actually made that tweet? No. It could be an imposter, an impersonator. So there's other ways to find out how authentic this tweet is and who is associated to, which I read off, right? So it's up to you as a person to go do your research and then also go put it in action. Because you literally can get a standalone Grok, ask Grok whatever you want to ask it. You can go under a fake Twitter page, go see if there's any identifying markers or whatever what, and take it from there. And in the end, it solely comes down to you, because you could tell me fucking anything, but you yourself and whoever you believe in, if you do believe in anybody, you will know the truth. You will know if you are coming out here and being genuine in your fucking verbiage, whatever you stumble across, whether it's in favor of your point or is not. Like, only you would know. Like, you, and then if you tell somebody, then they can go check it out their damn self and tell you you're a fucking damn liar, or tell you that you're telling the truth. It's like, you know what I'm saying? But you have to be honest with yourself. You have to be honest with yourself. And I don't have no skin in the game, because I think that it's weird. I think it's very weird to, say a thing and take ownership of a thing. And, so when you put it all together, the most damning situation, or the most significant, I guess, in all of it, is the fact that Rodney actually confessed to something. Or he was like, if it's true, he became apologetic. And I do understand, like, people like pressure folks and stuff, and it becomes like, well, if I offended you, or if this and if that and stuff like that, if in itself implies insincerity. And then also if implies not really believing what the fuck you're saying. Like, I don't really agree with this, but I just want to be over with this conversation. Like, if implies a lot of things. So I don't even, it's odd. It's odd, Cowbell Raw is cool with me. I know a lot of people don't care for him, but he's a solid dude. All right, stomp down, you know what I'm saying? And there's people who like people. You know what I mean? Gomer Pyle is a lie. Gomer Pyle is a lie. CT said Gomer Pyle is a lie. Oh, wow. Is that what you're calling Ronnie? Gomer Pyle? Shit. It's crazy. Like, I just don't understand why one would own up to something like that. But if we are talking about authenticating tweets, there's a way to find public tweets. You will use Grok. If you want to further authenticate them, then you would have to look at the username, and you would have to look at the handle. You would have to look at the unique ID and all these other fucking things. Those things take place. But if you just want to locate a tweet, and you know what I'm saying? Like, was this ever put out in the Twitter atmosphere? Did you ever see anything that, like, the prompt? Did anything kind of remotely come this way? It's going to take you to that example, or even several other examples, right? Several other people, and you should be able to locate it. And that's what the fuck happened. So there were a few things that were located, and then one thing that, or a couple that wasn't. And it's my understanding, and you guys could correct me if I'm wrong. The gorilla stuff was located, and some other fucking things like that was located. But the part about the 17-year-old, whatever, that wasn't located. So I think that became the question of made up tweets and stuff like that, made up situations. But again, if you're going to tell a lie, if you're going to set some shit off, then what you would do is sprinkle in a little truth and sprinkle in a little lie, and then go on and put it out there, because it's the damage of the reputation. People will come together collectively and become a hive. And all of that is set in motion to damage the reputation. So even if you were found out innocent in the end, your reputation has been damaged. That's why you see Kyle's was up in the chat here, because I saw him over at Shakim's, and he was up in there. The damage has been done. It's too late. You can't save him. I said, well, why would he? Like, why would he want to save him? Like, see, can I save him? He want to be saved. I said, wow, that's crazy. But The part that was most interesting was when he was saying the damage was done. I was like, oh, so this was a straight up plotterization, like you were looking for the damage, right? And then you jumped in somebody's chat that you don't like, and you became a taunting, menacing, chaotic type of entity. And I was like, ooh, you truly are of your father. Mm-hmm. You know, it might be a lower level, you know what I'm saying? Lower level imp. But you're definitely an imp. Definitely a fucking demonic spirit. And he was all in there with the bullshit, okay? What was the catalyst to all of this? I don't know. I don't think they just don't like Rodney. And they don't like Shaquem. And shit, fuck it. They damn sure don't like my ass. So even me giving this live or talking in this way is going to be twisted. It's going to be a couple of those motherfucking bitches over there just lying and twisting and all that fucking shit. You know what I'm saying? Inception is important. Inception is very important. You know, logic is not for everybody. It really isn't. But if I'm looking at the history of people and I'm looking at quite a few people who hang and what they have said and done and all the things in between, like bad fucking things, you know, that's been brought up, you know, shit, they're all fallible. They're all fucking wrong. They're all, you know, it's wrong across the wrong. Shit, I was just over at Room Shakers the other day and she was, you know, talking bad. I mean, she was over, where did she go? She was, man, she been talking bad about uppity daughter, like it's crazy, you know, like I'm like, you know what I'm saying? So they had this thing like, you know, there's all kinds of shit, like I don't even know what to say. Like I do not want to know what to say with that part, but it's selective. They're selective, so it depends on who they like. Shit, fuck it. I don't need bitches like me. Matter of fact, I need you to not like my ass. To move the fuck around so I can see you at all fucking times. I don't need you pretending. You did enough pretending. Like I've been on here for like 4 or 5 years and you bitches have done enough pretending. I see you. I fucking see you. Like this whole thing was designed a certain way. And Rodney, he just should have shut the fuck up. That is the fucking truth. That is the fucking truth. But to take ownership of a thing, even if you use the word if, they're not going to see the if part of it, right? Me, I'm a type of person, I will look at all the words. I will listen to the words that are coming out your mouth and I will break it down from that. And I'll look at the emotional stability of it or lack of stability, right? I'll look at it from various angles because I'm breaking down your verbiage. And I know what it means, right? If you use if. Like you probably should have learned that in grade school. You know, the importance of words, how they're formulated and fashioned, put together, constructed. How it strengthens a thing or weakens a thing. So right off the cuff in my mind, I would have been like, why is he using the word if? I would automatically think that there's not a certainty here. And he's just saying anything at this point. I would think that, right? It's not very specific enough. I would question it. And say this is not even like, say it's not even about this. Say it was about anything else. Like, just like, you know, say he stole a candy bar or something. You know, he'd be like, well, if you said I stole the candy bar, you know, well, if I did that, I don't recall doing it. But if I stole it, I'll be like, if, the fuck are you using F for? Like, this shit would stand out to me. But that's just me. You know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't the fucking same. Those were replies on other posts. Okay, let's go over here. I must have missed something else. Okay. Rodney knows I'm not lying on him. He has to own whatever he did or not. I'm done with it at this point, but he's been lying for 2 days. Oh, okay. Rodney knows I'm not lying. Oh, so Rodney have like, do you guys talk or something? Or is it something like, was something put out that I'm not aware of? Some other shit? See, I don't know, because I've been over in the mafia sector. Shit, fuck it. I don't know. Those were replies on other posts. So there were replies on other posts, but he admitted to it. Yes, that's what I'm saying, shame and a scandal. Now that I could speak to. And also to the replies on other posts, because all I'm saying, simplify. Let me just simplify this, right? What I am literally saying is, if there's a tweet, which apparently there is, all you got to do is take that exact verbiage, that tweet, and even that person's handle or whatever, put it in Grok, and Grok will fly your ass straight to that fucking post. Now, whether you want to believe the shit or not, it's like totally up to you. This depends on what you fucking see. Like, if you see a fucking thing and you're like, hey, that sounds truthful, then go with it. If you don't feel like that way, then go with that. I'm just literally telling you what it could do, though. Grok will shoot you to that tweet. If there's multiple posts in various areas on Twitter, public, where that verbiage has been used, it's going to shoot you to all of that shit. Okay? Yeah, and I don't know why he admitted to it. That's another thing I keep saying. That is the part that is such a fucking mess, because it's like, why would you admit to something like that? And it looks bad. And these sisters already have a problem with you, a history with you. I found that out at the hood table, right? Because I knew that, say, Rodney and Ronnie Q had issues, right? But I didn't know the depth of it. And I didn't understand like why this came about. And I have heard or seen from time to time little people, little things or shots being taken at Rodney. People saying that Rodney doesn't like women and da-da-da-da-da. But I didn't even know that, like, the depth of whatever was happening between Rodney and the hood table, because apparently they don't get along. And I do know he doesn't like Choreo Lover, because I've heard him talk crazy about Choreo Lover. So I don't know. And I do know, I don't always want to put people like in cliques and crews and stuff like that. But the truth is, it's cliques, crews, and cults. Okay. And there's particular people who hang around each other. And sometimes things could be fashioned towards one group of people. That person could be having a battle with that one particular group of people. But as far as I've always heard, it's always been that, Rodney doesn't like women or black women. I've heard that before. And that, he'll have fights with the women more so than he would have fights with the men. Like, so say, I don't know who, this isn't anybody, like any of these men folk that be over there in the beefing sector, he's not going to have the battle with them, but he'll have the battle with the women. Okay. So that's what I've always heard. You know what I'm saying? That's shit. I don't even, other stuff. I didn't just know how deep it was. How deep did the well run on this shit? I'm just like, God dang. Some of the stuff is very, very new to me. Like, I'm just like, oh, that's interesting. But I do know I'll talk about the things that happen in the sectors, and I'll, if I speak to a certain thing, because they had already like rope-a-doped me with a few people, right? But I am a very independent person. I have always been independent. And quite a few of these people who would be talking shit about me were coming to my channel all the fucking time, hitting my link, and were fucking here and accompanying me. But now I'm all kinds of fucking things to them, because I didn't agree with them on something, or I asked them to please stop or something, or I might have protected another person from that person. Like, it's a number of reasons why, but it is what it fucking is today. And when they felt the way about Shakim, quite a few of them, though they changed the fucking, the truth, right? The revisionist history ass Negroes that they are, as we're talking about the black KKK, but I got like populated or put up into this particular group of people. But if you look at the history of me, I'm always very independent. I am nice to most people. You come over here, you can kick it, and all the things in between, but doesn't mean I'm part of your clique, if you will. I could just get along with you. There's plenty of platforms I've hung out at, and I would be there all the fucking time, but you're not associating me with them and their clique and crew. You're just not. It's selective, and it's per how it fits the argument that you're bringing, or the narrative that you're bringing, or however you're trying to tarnish. At this point, I don't give a fuck. tarnish, if you will. You've been trying to for the longest. I don't care. I just literally don't care. Ignorance is a fucking illness. Like, not wanting to know the truth is a fucking illness. Following for the sake of following is an illness. I do understand there's quite a few people who are really sick. It's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. Okay. The psyche of the mind is complicated. Some people have admitted to murders that they don't commit due to pressure and nervousness. Facts. Okay, I will never accept being a pedo. That's not me. Well, this is the thing, Rodney. You admitted to this tweet that it's like a very suspicious, weird ass tweet. Now, you did explain it away. You did say, hey, at a young age, I had this kind of vigor, stuff like that. But the odd part about the tweet in itself, I don't know if there is, like, when we're dealing with words or comments, you need to get context, right? So what was being said way before? Like at least maybe a minute before. And then what was being said a minute after that? A minute before and a minute after. There should be a back and forth, an explanation, so on and so forth. The conversation has to exist. The complete conversation, right? It should exist. But if you're not certain about a thing, if you don't recall saying a thing, you just don't admit to it. Just like, I'll give an example. I was at Pizarro's. This was a long time ago. I had hit her link. One of the rare times that I did. Brianna was there. I've said this in the past. I talked about it, and it got brought up that I called Brianna a B. And I was like, I don't know. I mean, it's possible. I'm not certain, but I don't think I could have. Per how I communicate and stuff, it's the possibility of me calling you a B is like way up there. It's up there. You know what I'm saying? Possibility, probabilities, all that shit. Way up there. It's very high. But I'm not going to admit to calling you a B in this particular moment, which I told her, because I'm not certain. I would have to go look into it. So there was no admission other than it's possible I could have, per how I communicate. I know myself. See, that's the thing. One knows themselves. They know how they talk. They know what they believe in, what they would do or not do. And you have to be very confident in that. Like, I know for a fact that I'm not going to come to your house and fuck around with your shit. It's not in my character to do so. I was raised properly. That's number one. I would feel like it's a violation to you and disrespectful, and I don't want to be a disrespect unto you in your own home. I want to be welcomed when I come around, right? I don't want that reputation on me that I'm coming into people's house fucking with their shit, taking their shit, touching their shit, looking for shit, none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's a bad reputation to have. But one could put that shit on me, and then I would have to fight against it. Like, motherfucker, what? Bitch, you better check again. You say, what happened? You better check again. You better backtrack in your fucking mind all the fucking steps you took within this day, and you better come with that fucking real, because sincere ain't got shit to do with it. A fucking thing. So it is what it is. El Blue, that's one of the many reasons polygraphs are not admissible in court. Let me see. Rodney has a history of making anti-Black comments, especially towards Black women. He has offended many Black women. Yeah, that's my understanding. Like, I don't, that's why I said I don't know, like, how deep the well ran with certain people. Like, I heard things, right? Because, it has been stated, but I just never knew, like, how deep it was, the well, on that shit. Because there's like a whole bunch of sisters coming out here, they feeling a way about it. Then some saying I would use the word gorilla, like some will make it, reasonings for it and stuff. I personally don't get down with that shit. I don't like that shit. It's not my fucking thing. So if we're talking about the anti-black sentiment, I believe that was proven, and I think it was also even proven through Grok that it exists. So that's why I said there's multiple factors or multiple conversations happening at one time, and a couple of things, like 3 points. That's what I started off like. There's 3 points. Like the first point, or one of the points, is the anti-black sentiment towards women, black women, right? So I don't think he's saying it towards black men. And then there's that whole Grok situation, and him not like, him admitting to supposed statement or whatever, and then the fact that people just, some people just don't like him. Yeah, it's a couple of things going on at one time. So you have to kind of separate it, look at it individually, and then bring it together as a whole. Everybody can't do that. Everybody can't separate their emotion from a situation and then look at all the things individually. Because even if I don't like you and I see something that is like not proving my point, I'm just going to have to fucking confess to it. It's like, fuck it. Fuck it. This bitch is right. Ronnie knows he wrote those comments saying he's afraid to fess up to it. Not of the post was deleted. You see. Okay, so we'll see. None of the posts, not if the post was deleted. Okay, Sincere, with this Twitter being doxxed by Steven Stars and Ronnie Q multiple times, do you think they would have, 7 stars and Ronnie Q multiple times, do you think they would have overlooked these salacious tweets? I don't think they would have. Not at all. But it depends on when the doxing was done, right? Because I think the stuff about the 17 being 17 or whatever the fuck, isn't that like recent, like something new? But all that other stuff in the past with him, that's why we know that, the Kelly is a family name, right? That's why we know that there's been like this anti-black sentiment towards women or whatever. Those things, because they were doing their thing back then on Rodney. So like Rodney's history is out there. But it's my understanding that this whole thing with the 17 is like, that's most recent, like a recent thing. So one is not this. I keep saying, like I've said it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, because there is no argument. I have no argument to it. It's to say that you can locate these tweets where he has said gorilla or whatever, I don't know, whatever anti-black sentiment, and the posts and stuff, they are accessible. You can literally see them, right? But now you're saying something was deleted. What was deleted? And if there is a deletion, then how is it there a presentation? Like, so you just happen to be on his Twitter when he did this, and then you just took a screenshot and then decided to come out with it today. Like, I'm confused. It's not making sense in that part. So I don't know. Yeah, but it is what it is. And Rodney has lied about deleting posts. Yeah, nothing's ever really just deleted though. Black Girls Code. I mean, if you guys really, because I think the objective at this point, I think, is now to put him in jail or something like that, or bring something against him, right? And if you have the date and the time frame, right? Because you should, if they existed and people are aware of it, then you should be able to bring it to Twitter, and Twitter will fucking find it, and you should be able to subpoena it and all the things and stuff for the case, right, against them. I think that's the only recourse one would have, based on a lot of horrible stereotypes and horrible things that's been said about men by some of these folks. I can conclude that they hate black men. Dr. Soapy, and if you split it, then you must, I get it. Okay. It's extremely selective. That's why I don't take these people serious. A lot of it's selective. You know what I'm saying? Like, at this point, I'm just like, look, I've been on here long enough. I've seen a lot of bullshit go down. I've had a lot of people just come with their bullshit towards me, act like I'm the be all and end all of fuckery and done something to them so poor and egregiously. Like, it's a whole lot of them hoes, right? They feel away, and I can't do nothing to change it. Like, I can only be me. It is what it is, and you fucking be you. But if we're going pound for pound of what has been done or hasn't been done, I've never doxed anybody. I never went into nobody's lifestyle. I never try to keep nobody from fucking working. I never try to take anything from somebody. I never try to put anybody in jail. I've never done any of those fucking things. If anything, it's just a verbal soiree for what is presented. But there are plenty of people who try to put people in jail, dox people, try to humiliate people, all have done these fucking things, said very horrible, egregious things towards children and all kinds of stuff. And you guys love them. They are your best friend to the end, like Chucky. You got all kinds of nice things to say. So it's never going to be about the real true character and actions of a person, because you have one here who has never done any of those fucking things that you hate so much, but there's others who just are doing those things and doing it right now, and you love their dirty draws, but you're stand-up people. You're stand-up fucking people. Marinate on that a little bit. Marinate on it, okay? I get it, but what about the women around here that constantly make anti-black comments about black men? Is anyone outraged about that? Do they check the women who do so? Yeah, I don't. No, it's hypocrisy at its finest. It just depends on if they like the person or not. It is look, if they like you, they'll get out here and windmill for you. They'll make all kinds of excuses for you. You'll make it through. If they don't like you, they're going to try to fuck with your numbers, fuck with your supporters. They're going to try to play with your bag. They're going to fuck with your character. They're going to scandalize your name all through the fucking shits. Like, they're going to make you a pariah of sorts and try to make you out to be the laughing stock or whatever. That's why I don't pay them no attention. Like, I don't know about shit even till somebody comes and tells me, but then I'll forget about it. Like, for instance, like Shaquem was over here the other day and he was like, oh yeah, he was talking about the camel thing and all that stuff. And I was like, oh, I forgot that motherfucker was trying to put me on a camel. I don't think about that shit because I think these things are done maybe to tear down my self-worth, right? Make me feel a way about myself or get me upset. But I know the fuck I don't look like a camel. I know what to do every time I walk out this fucking door. I know when I open that door and I say, here, diggy, they falling out the fucking sky. This is my reality, though. This is my reality. So why would I care about your fantasy? But if you need that fantasy to get by, right? Like, if you needed to feel good about yourself, then I say, hey, go right with it, because it's not hurting me. It doesn't hurt me. But these are the things they need to conjure up in order for them to feel good, I guess, maybe about themselves, and to get other people to feel good about whatever the fuck they're doing. Because it's one thing, right? Like, when you rally people together under one banner to do some fuckery towards somebody, like, it's one thing to do that if a person actually is like, a horrible person and they've just done some horrible fucking things. Like, I could see a collective people coming together to kind of like get a mass murderer off their block or something like that. But a collective of people coming together because you're just mad because the girl down the street is cute. Like, you bitches are mad. or something like that. Like, come on now. Like, put your energy to something more productive. But hey, it is what it is, you know? It is what it is. Okay. People are committed to believing lies that reinforce their own biases, even when a wealth of credible evidence exists. As a stern, as a STEM girly, I can't. Well, who's the people that are committed to believing lies? Is somebody specifically committed to believing a lie that reinforce their own biases? Yeah, I don't know. That's a very general thing, but I mean, it could apply across the board to everybody because there's a lot of biases out here. There's a lot of people that, I'm personally just stating what I read. I could be wrong. I read the Google. I went to the Google like you asked me to, and I read that. So I mean, I'm confused. Like, well, just tell me what resource to use. You know what I'm saying? Like, just give me another fucking resource. Then fuck it. I don't even know. I don't know. Hey, Ronnie.
What's up, girl?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay. Oh, I've been sharing you out. I'll be in your skybox. I haven't dropped down in a while, but sometimes when you're on, okay, because sometimes
I heard something. I was behind in your chat, and I heard you read a comment. Let's be real clear. Ronnie Q has never doxed anyone. I don't dox, and I am not a doxer.
Okay, sorry about that.
I don't dox anyone. You were reading a comment for whoever said 7 stars and Ronnie Q dox his ex. I don't even have an X account. Okay. How would I go on X? A whole video was put out with his ex comments on that. Ronnie Q showed that video. Are we clear?
Oh wait, what happened? A video was out and you just reshared it or something?
And I reshared the video. I screenshot what was said on the video. Ronnie Q didn't do anything but shared information that was already put out in a whole video. So whoever said anything about Ronnie Q doxing someone, when have you ever heard of RonnieQ doxing someone?
I never particularly heard that, but I've heard about 7 stars doxing.
I'm talking about Ronnie Q. I'm talking about Ronnie Q. Don't put my name and not you. Don't whoever said that. I didn't see who said that.
Yeah.
Don't dox. I don't need to dox. Enough of the fuck shit is put out here on full display that is goes unexplained, and all of a sudden, all of the same people who already had seen all of the fuck shit that Rodney does and had said act like because they expected something different. Everybody knows Rodney's a degenerate. Rodney sat on Ness's channel and said the first place he had sex was in the bushes. Why are anybody supposed that he's a degenerate?
He said the first place he had sex was in the bushes.
That's what he told Ness on her own channel. Now let's be real clear. Let's be real clear. Why would anybody think that Rodney are always the victim and somebody has always started with him first and he will put that on everything he loves and he is the victim with his foul ass, and when he is called on it, this bitch had the audacity to say that he would kick my ass and my mother's and my sister's ass. But then when my husband heard him talking that shit and my husband piped up in the room behind me, then what happened? He became victim again. But see, that tells you a lot about a big mouth bitch that wants to challenge women to fights and then not say, I will get your father and your brother. No, he said your mother and your sister. Rodney's a whole lion ass piece of shit, degenerate hoe.
You know what? I keep forgetting about that, Ronnie Q, because your husband had some words with him because he came at you a certain way. I remember that now. Yeah.
He's gonna beat up me, my mother, and my sister. But you notice the bitch didn't say, oh, I'm gonna call your husband. When my husband chimed in, I'm gonna call, I have officers in my family. The whole motherfucker went missing for days.
Oh, after the exchange with your husband? Oh wow.
Bitch, don't mess around. My husband been around since AOL dial-up internet, bitch.
Yeah,
You don't
that's
want none of this. You
so.
don't want to be
I have,
doxxed by anybody at Ronnie Q's address, bitch.
well, I have another question, right? But also, I want to say, I believe that was Shakim who said that, right? So there's that, and I know you and Shakim don't really have a good rapport. But also, I want to know. You said that you were sharing something that was already put out. Do you?
Already put out in a whole video.
Yeah. Do you know who put that out?
I
And
can't
where?
remember. I can't remember at this time.
So were they at that
It was
time?
on Lipstick Alley. It was on Lipstick Alley. Didn't you hear King Roman News shouted out Lipstick Alley? This he's been a degenerate for decades. Hey, Dr. Soapy, good to see you.
So I have a question. That what you're talking about, that is older, right? It's not most recent, or is it recent?
Now,
I've been
the
seeing
thing
you
about the
do.
17-year-old, I hadn't heard that before, but I'm not shocked about it. I'm not shocked
Yeah.
behind it. No, it appears from what I know.
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't heard anything about lusting after the long escapades with 17-year-olds, but I wouldn't put it past him because he's a
Yeah.
degenerate. Like you thinking that he's
You
going to
you
be able
wouldn't
to
put it
get
past him.
an adult?
You
You think
wouldn't put
that
it
he would?
past him
No,
because of
no,
other things that he said it was like sexually explicit. Is that what you're saying?
because he's a degenerate. That's what I'm saying. That's what
Oh,
I'm saying. All right, that's all I wanted. I don't dox. I don't need to. You motherfuckers say enough dumb shit about yourselves that you should be ashamed of, but you don't have the common sense to be ashamed of. All right, Sincere, I'll be in the chat.
okay. Bye, Ronnie. Oh my lord! So I'm gonna look this way. I know what it means, but sometimes I got to get down to the nitty gritty of these words because I want to know if he said anything crazy before in the past. Let me just look up degenerate. 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 Degenerate means to become worse, to lose qualities, or to have low moral character. To become worse, to lose good qualities, or to have a low moral character. It can be used as a verb, an adjective, or a noun across everyday speech and specialized fields like math and science. You can, okay, well, verb. To sink or fall from a higher condition to a lower, poorer one. So he's a degenerate. Huh. Lacking good moral standards, corrupt, or having lost moral traits. Okay, that's where I think I think Ronnie's coming from the verb and the adjective. The adverb. Okay. A person whose behavior or morals are far below normal standards. That's a noun. I think she's using them all. I think she's using the noun, the adjective, and the verb. My. Mm-mm. She put them, she put it all that shit. She put it all out there. God dang.
Hey, Sincere, what to do, bro?
Hey, what's going on with you? For a minute, I was like, who the fuck? I didn't see you properly, so you were unscrewing the bottle and it looked like somebody was behind you. I was like, who the fuck is that behind you?
Oh, they pushing up on me from behind. They trying to move me.
You look like a motherfucker was boxing or something. I was like, what the fuck is that?
You don't like my new mustache? Really?
Oh, you're growing. It. Yes, yes. How are you doing today? Oh my God. Ronnie's upset.
I really can't complain. What about you?
You know that she has never doxed anybody. Now she has shared or like what was already out there because that was the topics at the time. Now we all have done that, right? Talked about what's the topic, but she just want to be very clear that she has never doxed anybody. You know what I mean? So that's fair. I've never heard of her doing that myself, to be honest. Now 7 stars, yeah, but not Ronnie.
Yeah. Well, I think the bigger point that I was making was this ain't Rodney's first Twitter expose in the B sector.
Yeah.
Stars has done it. I know that King Kaios posted his Twitter. Even Lemon, when Lemon got in his feelings, all right, he revealed that he had seen the booty pics. And so these so-called tweets are dated from 2019 to 2021.
Yeah. No, hey, sweet one. I sincere you a mess back to the clouds. Okay. Nice to see you.
What
So
do sweet one?
You say since 2021? You know what? Sweet one
Yeah.
kind of reminds me of she's like you're melanated. You know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
she reminds me of melanated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, she is. She's a really sweet one, but she is very spicy if you make her mad. So yeah, that's what I love about her.
They got the
But
sweet
yeah,
and spicy, sweet and spicy. She could be the sweet and spicy sauce. Okay. But what do you
yeah,
think about everything that I was reading? Well, where do you want to start? Do you want to start with it? Talk about this or no? It's up to you.
yeah, we can talk about anything. So I'm glad you brought that up because there it was so many nuances in what you read, right? So
Right.
Grok is reliable for certain things. And though you have to be very specific about what you're looking for. And it's designed as like an in-house X chatbot, right?
Right.
So if you go to Elon Musk page right now, he's always using Grok to verify tweets and stuff like that. Now that doesn't mean it's infallible.
Right. Because I
Um,
mean, if you're talking about things that are historically correct, it could be fallible because it's based on what is put out there or has been put out by the populace. But we do know that information changes all the time because what is proven to be a truth today could be proven to be a lie tomorrow. So that's why I'm saying that it's infallible.
Exactly. And
Right.
so that's why I'm also glad that you read where it said go directly to the source to verify it because X has the most advanced search algorithm of any social media company. Like you
Right.
can really, is so many details you can put in that search, and that's what I did. So you can search by phrasing, you can search by character, you can search by handle, you can put a date as far as like a time period for the search,
Yeah.
and all of that. So I don't understand why Black Girls Code tried to make this a ego battle because I'm not in here to prove my intelligence to anybody. If you want to be the resident computer science expert in this B sector, you got it, baby. I'm
Well,
not about to have no
I
fucking
think the
ego
only
battle.
point I was trying to make is that some of those tweets actually can be verified, which is the ones that are more based against being anti-black or anti-black women, right? Because that would be primarily the case, or at least that's what's being put out. And then the one that's specific to the so-called being 17, whatever, can't be found. And so, however it's read, all you got to do is put the exact verbiage into Grok, and you don't even have to have a Twitter. You can get a Grok as a standalone, and you could put it straight up in there. Now, I wasn't trying to do all that. That's why I asked Gemini, "Can you find this tweet for me?" And so Gemini was like, "I can't go into this platform." Basically, like, "Bitch, are you playing? Are you trying to tell me to go?" I can't do that. Grok ain't having it, and the rest of them motherfuckers ain't having it either. But you can. You could do that. Right? You can go on and get Grok and have a conversation with Grok if you want to summarize what
Yeah, and that's why Grok was the perfect tool of choice because it literally, what was so great about it is that even Grok said it looked like a fabricated screenshot. Even Grok was saying like the other accounts like in the thread that responded to Roddy and allegedly called him a pedo and all of that stuff, those accounts have no history. They're not even active.
Could they find the actual? Could Grok find the tweet at all? Did it find it at all or no?
No, nothing about the 17.
But Grok found the other tweets though.
Yes, so it found the retweet and it found the gorilla meme or something like that.
So that's what I'm saying. Grok will deal with whatever is publicly posted on X or has been posted on X, right? Now Black Girls Code brought up a deletion. Like, so if something's deleted, Grok can't find it. Now, I don't know how true that is or not, but it seems to me that Grok could find it and it would just say something similar existed, but it's deleted. Like it would give a reasoning or something, right? So I don't know how true that is. What happens when things are deleted? I should just ask. Let me ask.
Yeah, you can ask her right now, actually.
Let me ask. So I'm not dealing with Grok though. Let me see. You got Grok, right? Let me see. I'm gonna ask.
Everybody has Grok, so it's
ask Gemini. Okay. Am I in the right place? Can Grok find deleted deleted tweets or the conversations, I should say, or the conversations surrounding the tweets, right? Or the conversations surrounding a
Oh wow.
something.
Look at you sucking dick over there, Diva. Like, girl, I'm sorry. I wasn't even supposed to mention her name today. Go ahead, boo.
Let me see.
Diva over there trying to put Roman's dick in her mouth so bad. Go ahead.
Okay, so it says no. Grok cannot find tweets or conversations that have been permanently deleted from X or Twitter, nor can it reliably reconstruct the specific thread replies surrounding the deleted post. Why Grok cannot access deleted tweets? Immediate API removal. The moment a user deletes a tweet, it is instantly stripped from X's live database and returns a 404 error. So if it was there, then an error code would come up, correct?
That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
Yeah. So if it was there and they were looking for it, it could go to it, but it will be deleted. So an error code will pop up. Okay, I get it. So real-time indexing limitations. While Grok has access to real-time data on X, it relies on the platform's live index, right? So we were talking about, and cannot query data that has been wiped from the servers. If a tweet or conversation thread is gone, it disappears from Grok's searchable scope as well. So if it was deleted, because like Black Girls Code brought that up, right? Saying something was, deleted. Wait, what you can do instead? Oh, wait, what you can do instead. Let me say this real quick. Let me read this part.
Mm-hmm.
If you're trying to track down a deleted tweet or its surrounding conversations, you have a few external options. Okay, here we go. The Wayback Machine, Internet Archive. You can paste the direct URL of the tweet or the user's profile link into archive.org. Okay, so everybody listen to this. You can paste the direct URL. They do have a direct URL, correct?
No, they don't.
Well, they should. Okay, but let's go there. You can paste the direct URL or the tweet or the user's profile link into archive.org. Okay. If a web crawler captured a snapshot of the page while the tweet was still public, you may be able to view it and its replies. Okay. Third-party caches. Some third-party indexing services or Google Cache might temporarily hold snippets of a tweet if it's gained high engagement before being deleted, though this is rare and inconsistent. Okay, so let's just deal with the Wayback Machine. So if you guys have the user's profile link, you could put it into archive.org. And then it should be able to pull up some things from the past. Not the Wayback Machine. So what was I going to say? So in the case of this, so is that the argument? Is that part of the argument? And
they're making that the argument now because the tweets can't be verified. So now they're saying, well, we can't verify the tweets because they were deleted. So that's an admission in and of itself, right? Because before y'all came out here with the screenshots, y'all should have already had the link directly from X.com.
They don't have the link though. They should have the link.
They have his Twitter link, but they don't have, for example, the threads that they are showing. How convenient that the original tweet that they claim Rodney's replying to.
Yeah. So who was that person and can they come forth? The person who was there when it happened.
Yeah, speaking now, third hurls of peace.
Are they willing to come forth? Or no, that's not going to happen? Sweet One says, have you used the Wayback Machine to authenticate Twitter? I know I haven't used the Wayback Machine. I'm just learning, just as we're all learning together. We're all just, nothing is ever truly deleted. That's why I was saying, if the campaign is to get rid of him, then they should be able to because there should be some kind of like it should be a date on there, the date that happened, the time frame and stuff, and then okay, you know, a tweet is missing, they should be able to go to Twitter and say, hey, I have the roundabout time and stuff, and I believe X, Y, and Z was stated, and I would like to get a copy of this particular conversation because this person is doing X, Y, and Z. And then they should respond to that saying, hey, you know, you need to get a subpoena, or no, we can confirm that, you know, something egregious. Like, you'll get a response from them.
Oh yeah.
You know, and so they're going to have to, right? Because I believe that that's what they're trying to do with Ronnie. They're going to have to, and this is just logic, and this is just truth. You're going to have to subpoena or get access to in some kind of way of that proof. You know, and to present it to say, hey, this person is a danger to, you know, young people or whatever, you know. And normally I know, like, and because it's been like on those shows and stuff, because there's a whole group of people out here. Well, what's the name of that group? But it's a group of people who are literally trying to make it legal to lay with young children. Like, that is their campaign. And they're out here putting policy, trying to get policies changed. They're a political movement, if you will. You'll find them on all these different platforms and stuff. Their whole objective and goal is to be able to be with little kids. So, shit, even if you wanted to prove one of those people to be a certain way, you would have to come with some kind of like concrete proof of it being outside of a conversation, like the action itself. So what? So are they accusing him of actively being with a child or something?
No, but you know, it's interesting that Roman did post a number to the city of Dallas's child crimes unit. Mm-hmm. So you know, it's like they're saying that they're not saying that. They're saying, hey guys, all we have is some tweets, but we don't have the links to it. But then at the same time, that's the slippery slope that they are, you know, traveling down, because yeah, if you're going to come out here with these tweets, you know, and then tell people to call the police, you know, sound like some police shit to me.
Well, you know, that's what Pay Us Pump Roman does. But let's just stick with stuff that's like outside of, you know, that type of context, because it would all boil down to what can be proven, and then what is egregious enough, or what is the most egregious to the point where you can have a person locked up, because you really can't have a person locked up on a thought. Like, I mean, nowadays you probably could, because, you know, shit.
The police and the minority report.
Yeah, you know, it's minority, but normally that's not the case. But I think the bigger conversation, because everything else can be debated, right? Like, I can go back and forth with a person about Grok and Google Gemini and Chat GPT and Google and resources and fact checking. I can have all these conversations. Like, we can go back and forth like the great debaters. True enough, but let's deal with stuff that's more concrete. So yeah, there is really a part of it where this happened, where you see Rodney owning up to a thing, right? And then not. Like, what is that about?
Well, for me, I don't see it that way, because I was in the live and I saw, or I heard Rodney use conditional phrasing, which is, well, I don't remember that. But if I did say that, the context was me thinking about my boyfriend when I was 17, right? And the lady, Miss Creativity, even got mad with Rodney. Like, what you mean if? Ain't no ifs, ain't no buts, ain't no conditions. And she started going off talking about how convenient that he couldn't remember, right? So to me, that wasn't really a explicit admission of anything. To me, it just sounded like he was saying, well, if I said that, if put a quality on it. So, so yeah, that's one part of it. But I feel like he was really pressured. And they can say adults don't fall victim to peer pressure all they want. I see it every single day in this sector, especially. The way that ZX lined him up, I could write a whole book on that. I could write a whole book on how ZX lined him up. ZX got him real comfortable, was talking to him like he was a father figure, if you will. Then he brought up woman after woman after woman after woman. Next thing you know, Rodney was a fucking PDF. So there you go.
Okay, so all right, so Black Girl Code says, as I said, Grok is not effective when determining the authenticity of a tweet or comment. If a post is deleted, there's no information available regarding the tweet, none. Right. So I don't know. Like I don't really have I don't have an argument with you on certain things, right? And then other things I could argue with you about, but I think I've been very clear about it as to say that, and I've read multiple things as to say that the tweet has to be active. It has to be live, right? Or within the X sphere. If it's deleted, then there's not too much you can do about it. But go to what did I read it? What's the name of it? Archive.org. Go to archive.org and see what happens. You could possibly find a deleted tweet there. That's all I'm saying. So I don't know. I'm not quite certain what that's about.
They're just trying to say that Grok is not reliable. And again, no one was arguing that Grok was infallible, right? So that's a straw man argument. We used multiple searches to look up the tweets. How convenient that not a single salacious tweet exists. And even the screenshots that they showed are threads of deleted tweets. And they just only got his reply. And even the replies of the accounts in the thread were found to be fraudulent. So, I don't know why they keep trying to go at Grok. I mean,
because it says right here, like, there's a better way to find, for a verified deleted tweet. It says, since AI cannot reliably authenticate deleted posts, human-driven digital forensics are much more effective. Check reply threads, advanced search. Use X's search syntax, which, you put the username, to look at replies directed at the account. Even if the main tweet is deleted, replies or quotes from other users often linger, showing real-time reactions to what was actually said. That's one way. Yep. Search Google's cache. Paste a unique phrase or the user's handle into Google. Google's search index often retains snippets, quote tweets, or cache text slugs long after the original tweet has been scrubbed. And this is a tweet that's out most recently, so it can't be gone that long, right? Because, like, when did it happen? And then, or at least they say it's happening. And then it says, look for cross-platform consensus. If a high-profile tweet was real before deletion, major news outlets, public archive accounts, or independent fact checkers usually capture screenshots or discuss it before it vanishes it. So, like, it's a couple of ways that you can go there, and you can go to archive.org. There you go. I mean, I don't know what to say about it other than that. If it's deleted, there's other avenues, but it's not going to authenticate really a deleted tweet. But if you're asking, right, the general schematics of what it looks like does this look like the general layout for an X account or for an X tweet conversation or whatever? It could speak to that. It could say, well, this doesn't look really authentic. You know what I'm saying? Based on this is how we use it. We have a unique, digital code, right? We have the name and then we have this identifying number. The identifying number is not there, so that's not usually how it posts. It'll speak in that matter. LSA already showed that some people are able to receive screenshots of Rodney's disgusting comments before deleted them. LSA already showed that some people were able to receive screenshots of Rodney's disgusting comments. So who sent out the screenshots? Twitter did? Like, what do you mean by that? What does that mean?
She's
LSA.
saying people on LSA have the screenshots before he allegedly deleted the post. Is what she's trying to say.
Okay, so and they sent the screenshots out to other people.
Mm-hmm.
So if they screenshotted it, that means that various people were actually following him and watching this engagement, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so they should know the specific times and everything. And who are the people? Did they come out yet and say who they were? Are they willing to come out and say, hey, I was there on this date at this time and I was watching him for X amount of days or whatever the case may be, and I saw when this happened, I saw what that happened. Like, are the witnesses there? You're gonna need the witnesses for, because I think you guys trying to get them locked up, right? Are the witnesses available?
Yeah, I mean, I think the argument they're now making is that the posts were deleted conveniently, right? After, are y'all saying they were deleted before or after the screenshots were taken?
Well, I mean, they were there, right? A physical person was there watching whatever he was doing on Twitter. So they would be, you know, there to take account of it, right? They, what's the problem? Everybody should have somebody that, can come up there and, prove whether a thing happened or not. That's why they have witnesses all the time. So they have witnesses. Who are the witnesses?
Yeah, and unfortunately, LSA is close.
I'm helping the situation. Like, in truth, I'm speaking to a very serious situation. Is to say, you have an accusation. Apparently, you do have witnesses. You do have a resource. Like, you do have the ability to go to Twitter themselves and say, this is the time frame. So whatever lawyer you get or however you're acting, maybe you're pro se. I don't know. Which I don't know why that would be the case. But you can subpoena.
Sure can.
You can subpoena. And then you have that. And then the case is what? Like, or what did they say what the case is? Or am I just talking in general? Like, do they have, what's the case? Are they saying, what is the case? What is the case against Rodney that did he do something to somebody? Did he physically do something to somebody?
No, I mean, they're not saying he's done it to a physical person, but they're just using this as a
Thank you, L Blue.
Yeah, they're just using this to set up the stage for people to just call the police with concerns in his job, right?
So, they're trying to get him fired from his job.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. L Blue says, oh, that's interesting. So, okay, they so upset by Rodney's tweets they had no care when Lemon had a shirtless boy in his home on live, or when another young man was screaming that Lemon tried to essay him. Oh, wow. Yeah, that did happen. And had done so to several others. These people full of shit.
Thank you, El Blue. They wouldn't even cover it. They wouldn't even acknowledge the video of the underage Colombian boy half naked doing a whole 180 twist. All right, they wouldn't acknowledge nothing regarding that. So
okay, so they definitely it's very selective. I heard Room Shaker talking about it too, like how selective people are and all the egregious things and weird ass things that keep on happening. I would have to agree with her on that. And we do know that this particular group of people don't like Rodney, but we do have to come back to him actually confessing to something he didn't do, or he's saying he didn't do. Because I'm not in his mind, and I don't know what he has done in a fucking day or whatever. So it's literally his word against his own words. You see what I'm saying? Because I know personally, I would never confess. I don't give a fuck how much pressure is going down. You're not going to get me wrapped up this way. You know what I mean? And it goes against my moral code and so on and so forth. But it's interesting, though. I see quite a few people have came out here. They don't like Rodney. I mean, shit. I thought I was the most hated, but they don't like my ass either. If they could fucking tank my whole channel and keep motherfuckers from supporting me and just kick me down a fucking goddamn hill and shit, and then run down that bitch and kick me some more, they would do that.
Sure would.
They definitely would do that. So I mean,
And target and feather you on the way out. Okay. They just
okay,
ain't that.
people are willing to pretend someone didn't say or do something wrong if they like them enough, right? Facts. Wrong is wrong regardless of who does or says it. Facts. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's very selective. And I know that Rodney has done things like Ronnie Q has a right to feel a way about Rodney. Why? Because if you're talking shit to her and then her husband interjects and then you start attacking her whole family lineage, which is her females, then like it's it makes sense. That makes fucking sense. I don't, and I know for a fact that he doesn't feel a way about, he doesn't like choreo lover, and I don't know where that came from. And then there was something with the hood table. This is my understanding because these ladies spoke to this shit, and maybe he's done some things to other. Do you know what's the argument? Do you know why all the women? I know why Rodney. I mean not Rodney, but why Ronnie Q would be upset. That. Well, do you understand why? What happened with choreo lover and him? Do you know what happened with them?
I don't know their whole history, but I can speak to choreo lover as it relates to me.
Yeah.
I could go there. That with Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q came on your very channel, right, and started cussing me out and talking all kind of crazy to me because she perceives that I was going live on top of her. So I feel like people have their personal reasons and they are entitled to that. But to make it a race issue or a color issue or a gender issue, I think is a stretch. But that's just my opinion.
I understand Black Girls Code. Can you provide something that is okay? My thing is this: anything that I've read that's being generated out here as a resource, uh, what I've been reading apparently is can't be used. Right? You're saying it's not a vital way of getting something done. So if you're able to knock every single thing down, then that means you have something to offer. Do you have something to offer? I'm offering options to people. Do you have something to offer as a way to, I don't know, research and find out? Hello, Rodney. How are
What's up,
you?
Rodney?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I
There
thought
you
you
go.
were
Um,
taking a break from YouTube.
yeah, I am. I'll just yeah, I'm getting ready to take a break, but um, after today, but I was listening to your commentary and I just had to come up here.
Hmm.
This is why I don't listen to everything because, and when you're trending like this, you're not supposed to, look at everything. You see what I'm saying? Because it's not gonna do nothing but piss you off. But I had to come up here because
Don't mind his burping, Rodney. First.
huh?
He is burping, but I thought if I went on mute that it would help it.
Can y'all hear me?
We can
Yeah.
hear you, but it's like burping a little bit.
Okay, is it burping now?
You got to
Yeah.
keep talking. I think
But
so.
you got to keep talking. We're gonna both go on mute while you talk. So we'll see.
Okay, Running Q
Yeah, it's
came
still
up
doing
here.
it. Yeah.
Oh shoot! Well, I might have to.
Sincere, can
Oh,
you edit mic settings?
Yeah, let me go in here and see what I can do. Let me see. Oh, let me. It's on echo cancellation. Should I take it off of that?
So you can click automatically adjust mic
Okay.
volume.
But should I keep it on echo cancellation or take it off?
Yeah, you can keep that on.
Okay. How about reduce mic background noise?
Yeah, try that one.
Okay, so I'm gonna put all three of them. Okay, let's see what happens now. Go ahead, Rodney.
can you hear me?
Yes, we
Can
can.
is it clear?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's
All right. Yeah, that's better. Go ahead.
Running Cube, got up here in Fairlight. Okay, how me and Running QB started is over there on DKL's platform. I came up there on That's the first time when I met DKL, and so because when I was first, it was like
not too long. I guess after I came into the B set, and and there was a lot going on then. So after I was dog piled over there on Lady Nika's, the next day Duchess was doing commentary on it. So to make a long story short, and I put this on God. Yeah, I put it on God. Yeah, exactly. Because I don't have no reason to lie. So um she came up. So the Duchess Kelly Love said, do you know Ronnie Q? I said, well, no, not really. I said, I've heard her throughout the B set from time to time, but not really. And so she came. Okay, yeah, here I come. So she came. I gotta go, people. Let me go ahead and do this real quick, and I'll be back. But y'all might not be live.
Okay. All
All
right.
right.
Okay.
Daddy, let me I think I need to remove him from stage. Okay. I sure hate that because I wanted to ask him. If asking you wouldn't be fair, right? He is the one I need to ask, or bring that question. And
Yeah.
to say is that why would you take on something that you believe to be or not to be a truth? And if you, because when you have so many people feeling the way about you or gunning towards you, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna have to stand in your own shit. You're just gonna have to stand in your own shit, and you're gonna have to, like, understand that a lot of times you'll be standing alone. So I know I've been in a couple of positions where these people, the crowd or whatever, the townspeople want to, like, surround me and be with the fuckery and all the things and say all the things, but I'm not going to own up to something that I didn't do. And I'll give an example, even though it's not as egregious as what is being said. But when they were trying to say that I was out here saying that I got jumped at Room Shakers, no, the fuck I didn't. I never fucking said that. But that was the scenario they were putting out, and that was the lie they were putting out because they wanted me to have it out with Room Shaker. And I look at the moves, right? Because every single time they put these things down, they're putting them down in a way that they want to see you in some kind of fucking bullshit scenario with another person. And my thing is that why do you need to use other people as an extension of your wrath? If you fucking feel away, let it be you. And won't you stand alone by yourself in that shit towards that person? Why do you need a crowd of people gnawing at their fucking teeth and looking rabied and shit out here to fucking bring validity to whatever the fuck you're talking about? Either it's valid or it's not. Either it's real or it's not. Either it's planted in sound and truth or it's not. You don't need a crowd to fucking make it true or not. Like, either it's the truth or it isn't. Hey, Barn Dog, peace in the LBC. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So when you saw, did you see Romans live?
No, I don't watch Payless Pump Roman. Anytime it's like anytime he comes out, whenever he's coming at somebody, he definitely needs a crowd to amp him along, right? And he needs to make it very public and very humiliating, and this is very big display. And when it becomes to where there's a group think going on, I think he is the master and leader of group think, hive think. Just straight up coven mentality. Like, it's like the witches of Eastwick type of shit. It's the bitches of Eastwick. But what was he talking about? The head bitch in charge. What was he saying?
Well, he was doing exactly what you just described, like looping in all these other people to kind of lay out his dossier, if you will. He brought up the whole Fifi situation, Fifi TV, Billie Jean. He just named pretty much anybody, like anybody that Rodney had a beef with in the past. Oh yeah, Little Mama Obama. It was just amazing to watch him do that. And you didn't have to watch his live because you already know that's what he does.
I was watching some of Rodney's live. I went on the replay, and so what is now? Is it a battle of people getting people fired, or what has kind of happened? Because you did speak to the fact that he's I don't know what, he's a grant writer, right? and apparently he's doing grant writings for, I don't know, public figures, what have you. And is he the head or over a non-for-profit, whatever? He's a part of an organization. And I heard you mention that, there is enough evidence of his fuckery or the things that he has done online, and how he's treated people, that you're going to send this up the chain to his boss. So apparently he has a boss. Mm-hmm. So is that going to be the case when it comes to Roman? Because I know you mentioned it once before that Roman actually, like, you knew where he worked and all that kind of stuff. And now I'm not for that. I don't want nobody to lose their job. I don't like that bitch ass nigga, but I am not for people to lose their job. But I think if enough stuff happens, people will eventually push back. And if people have other people who care about them, or just are tired of you doing things in general, eventually there will be some pushback. So is this going to be, should Roman be in fear of losing his position or not?
I think he already is. Actually, I know he already is. So that's what he mentioned on his live, where he said he's self-employed now, and that's why he's self-employed, so they can't call his job, and he ain't got no boss and all of that. And on top of the return and the subsequent or the previous hiatus, when he left, right after he did all that fuck shit with me, trying to galvanize people to come after my job and posting, the Redford Police Department, all that bullshit he was doing.
Yeah.
Nigga, if your job or the organization that you're supposed to be benefiting saw that shit, what you're doing to a black person, while also claiming to be some sort of social justice warrior, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would be problematic. That.
So is he saying he's saying he's self-employed, so he's trying to say he's not associated with that organization anymore? Is that what he's trying to say?
I think that's what he wants us to believe, but I'm not dumb.
Oh, so he's trying to do, okay. Now he has most recently said that, right? Like, he's most recently coming out here trying to say that he's like a contractor or entrepreneur of some sorts, lobbyist. Because I think he was saying that he was trying to work for the government at one point in time, or is he working for the government? I don't know. Maybe local politics or something, possibly.
He works in education, so it's more so just getting black young adults access to historically black college loans and stuff like that.
Oh, okay, never mind. No. Oh, I wonder if some of my people know him. Very interesting. But anyways, I am not one to give a fuck. I don't care about what the hell he's doing in his life or how he does it and stuff. But he came out recently and said that.
Yeah, on Sunday he is now self-employed. Let him tell it. And he also said that's the reason he took his break, was because he ain't want bitches calling his job and stuff like that. So
he's self-employed, so therefore he doesn't network with anybody. He doesn't need to work with other people with. Oh my.
Yeah, he ain't got no boss is what he's trying to put down. But
I mean, he doesn't have to have a boss. He can be independent, right? But he's definitely going to have to network with other organizations and stuff. And those people are going to look at your output. Like, they're going to look at what you have put out here in general, your digital print and so on and so forth. And they're going to want to see what you have been able to, build, and how you've been able to get other people fundings and all this other stuff. Like, there's so many aspects to it. And if you're out here doing like the most egregious things to people, you're not a safe bet. You're just not. So you could be as independent as you fucking want to. That doesn't mean you're going to get a contract. It doesn't mean that people are going to invest in you. It doesn't mean they're going to do business with you. It doesn't mean they're not going to call you to task about, like, hey, we got this sent to us. And but I think maybe he's just dependent on the fact that you won't know who he's trying to do business with. I think that's where he's coming from with it.
Yeah, he fucked up where he sent me a strike under his real name. I guess he didn't think YouTube would send me the copy of it, but he was so busy trying to take down my page that he gave me everything I needed. And I still haven't even brought it out here the way he would bring it out here, right? The way that he brings and tries to galvanize
Thank
people.
you, Black Girl Smoke, for coming by. So when he struck you, he put his. Well, aren't you supposed to put your name down there when you're like, isn't that how it goes when you strike somebody?
Yeah, you're supposed to. But in the past, when he struck me, he would always do it under a stage name.
Oh.
But this one particular time, he put his real name on it. So, yeah. Thank the Lord. Thank you, Lord.
Well, so there's an active pushback towards him now, right? As to, going to say, hey, now, I mean, there's a couple of ways people can go with it when it comes to him. Like, it's a couple of things, and then people can get roped up into it too, because if they participated, became part of the fucking cult of personality, if you will, I'm saying, the townspeople with the tiki torches and the pitchforks, they can get wrapped up into the scenario just as well. And then there could be, depending on what state you're at, because like in the state of California, they'll get your ass for bullying, harassment, all those fucking things. They'll fucking lock you up. And they like to go get motherfuckers and just bring them back. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a trip for them. You know what I'm saying? Because I am from the state of lock a nigga up. I mean, they love to lock niggas up over here. So this state will go get you. And this state will fucking prosecute you. And this state will do that shit. Now, other states might not. And it just depending like where it's coming from. But he could find himself in a battle regarding to his conduct online. But how, do you think he even cares? Like, I don't think he cares. I don't think he
cares. He definitely cares. That's his one thing. I mean, the whole reason he went on that break, according to the words that came out of his own mouth, is because of this new position he got. So he definitely cares.
What happened to that position? He just lost it just as quick as he got it?
I think he's still there, but I think the point of him saying he's self-employed now was to imply that he may not be there anymore. So he cover his trip, right?
So when he did his live, and do you know what made all this happen in general? Like, what's the inception? What is the issue between? Because normally he does these type of things because he has like this deep-seated investment in another person. I don't know how you could be that invested on somebody on who's online, but he's obviously he is deeply invested in Rodney to kind of this reaction or action. So like, what was the inception? Like, how did this happen from the beginning? Like, what's their problem?
Yeah, I wasn't here, so I can't speak on that inception, but I would say the most recent inception started on Rodney's channel. So Audio came up there. Me and Audio got into it. I dragged the fuck out of Audio. Audio started threatening to unalive me, right?
Right.
He also got mad at Ness. He got mad at Rodney. Started coming out here saying Rodney's a weirdo. Rodney's a PDF. He tried to expose Rodney's Twitter a couple times. So
this is Audio doing that, correct?
Right.
Is Audio part of their little coven? Is he a warlock or initiated warlock over there?
I would say so. I feel like he's been auditioning to be a part of the crew cult for at least 6 months. So, yeah.
Oh, so he's a warlock. Okay. Now it makes sense. So go ahead and finish. I'm listening. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
So his first attempt to expose Rodney's Twitter was a dud because everybody was like, Rodney Q and 7 Stars already put this out there. This is nothing new. Mm-hmm. So then he came back, and this time a troll account popped up called Exposing Rodney, and they just so happened to tag him. They tagged Roman. They tagged Jay Dunn. They tagged basically all the people that don't like Rodney. Mm-hmm. And bam. Ness had her live. And then Roman immediately set up a call in literally that same day on that Tuesday. So it was very coordinated in my opinion.
So but he didn't go live on top of Ness, did he? Or did he?
No, he literally waited for Ness live, 4-hour live to be over. Then he went live.
Now, isn't Ness and Roman cool? I thought they were cool. There's a friendly going on
They're
between.
cool, but Kaios is mad at Ness right now, so there's that.
Okay, but Kyle's being upset with Ness wouldn't have anything to do with Ness and his Roman's dynamic, right? It's like Ness and PLS Pump are gonna always be cool no matter how Kyle feels, right?
I mean, I think we could assume so, yeah.
Okay. Huh. Well, do you think Ness knew that he was gonna do this? Okay. Do you think I could ask you another question, but I'm not gonna ask that. But do you think she knew that he was gonna do that?
That Roman was gonna go live?
Yeah, with all that mess. Because isn't Rodney and Ness cool, or they were? Because I'm gonna ask another question going forward, but I just want to know this part. Do you think Ness had an inclination or thought or whatever she was inclined to believe that Roman was going to come out here and do an expose on Rodney?
Of course, yeah. I mean, because it was easy content for him, so I would think so.
Yeah, so you think she probably now? You think they had a chitter chatter behind the scenes about it before it happened, or no? Or was just like she kind of was like, oh wow, I kind of felt it in the air, but it's here now. It was one of those type of things.
It's possible. I mean, it's possible. I
Yeah.
can't say it didn't happen, but yeah.
And her and Rodney are cool, and I could see that maybe. Now, here's the other conversation, right? When it comes to Ness in regards to Rodney, the way I see everything, right? I've always said that I see like you and Ness primarily close, and then you, Ness, and Rodney more close. You know, like that. Like I would say, you guys are all collectively part of a. You know, like you guys get along with each other, right? Like a group of people, right? And we all know that, you know, they've tried to put me into a swing of things, but it really doesn't apply and doesn't make any sense, especially because Ness doesn't get along with me and I don't give a fuck about Ness, right? She's just a conversation from time to time. But do you think that it's like this? Maybe they want to take down the lot of you? Is that the thing? Or they just have these people, the specific people that they're gunning for, and Ness happens to be one of them? Because when Ness came out here, and she was speaking to maybe more so like not jumping the gun with Rodney, and then it kind of took a twist and turn to the point where I think she took his mod stick away and told him to go sit down somewhere.
Yeah. Yes, and I'm exactly. I would say yes, 1,000% yes, yes.
Because this is crazy. Because like I just like, do you think that she is trying to distance herself from Rodney?
I mean,
yes
and no. I feel like she hasn't. She was just on his link the other night, but then also she did take his rent. So, you know, I could say yes and no to that.
I'm not grilling Shakim. Do you feel grilled? Or do you think I'm grilling you?
No, not at all. Yeah. I'm chilling, smoking my pre-roll, drinking my Sprite over here.
I would, and Tanya, I would ask Ness myself, but I'm not going to go to her platform. She doesn't come to my platform. But it's not like she won't hear the words that are coming out of my mouth. If she can respond to it or not respond to it, I don't give a fuck. So, in truth, I am asking her. I'm asking him, but I'll ask her. Hello, Ness. Hi, how are you? Are you distancing yourself from Rodney? You know what I'm saying? You don't feel like you're up for the fight. Maybe there's some donors or something that you're gonna have to fucking bow down to. I don't know. I you know, what is it? Because that was just your friend 5 minutes ago. Do you know why she so like did she explain or express why she took the mod stick away? Because I know Rodney has spoke to, or did he lose his mod stick? I could have swore he said he lost his mod stick.
Yeah, he did. I didn't hear like her reasoning behind it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know she did take it, and then ZX took it. So this all happened like the same day. ZX took it, and then she took it, I think.
Everybody's taking their mod stick. So I think that like the actions always speak louder than the words, but the actions and the words together are important, right? So, like, it's kind of speaking to, hey, a separation. I'm going to separate myself from you, and until something else, until things blow over. But I think the person who's been the most honest in relation to this dynamic has been Cypress Swamp Puss. Like, she literally said, hey, check this out. Right now, I am separating myself from Rodney, and but when somewhere down the line, he might be welcomed on my platform yet again. And that's usually like the cycle, right? Because it's like a 3-day cycle of the conversations and stuff like that, and then a couple of days, maybe a week of hiatus for people to forget whatever, and then a reintroduction into society. But I wonder, he was here for a second. Rodney was, but I wonder if he's like second guessing his relationship dynamics with certain people. Like, is he like gonna be still wanting to be cool with certain people? Because I think it boils down to that maybe he's just, for him wanting to be cool with certain people, he accepted certain fucking things. Now, I personally am not going to say I did a fucking thing when I didn't do it. I'm just not going to take ownership of no shit like that. I think it's very odd to do that. I don't care like how much pressure is happening on these YouTube streets, but it is significant enough for me to analyze in the sense of to say, hey, if you feel pressured in that manner, then these people and their opinion of you have to be of some great significance. And fucking why? You don't know these people. Like,
Mhm.
how do they benefit you? How do they benefit you? Like, are you getting money from grown folks? I doubt it. Are you getting money from Ness? I doubt it. They're like, the support system or whatever, the numbers will fucking drop. Like, I'm doing my life right now, and I'll probably lose some people. I don't give a fuck, because the bulk of my people have nothing to do with that funky ass sector over there that supports all kinds of fuckery.
Yeah.
Okay, my people come from other sectors, like other fucking sectors who give fuck about your sector. Like, they don't care about it.
And I love that. Like, I met so many new people over here, and people like Be Easy. Shout out to Be Easy.
Mm-hmm.
You got people from all over here. So that's how
Yeah.
you should build your channel. Like my new channel, I would make it so that it's a wider audience. Because yeah,
You
you
have
know,
to, 'cause, like, there'll be a select group of people that will always try to put the crush down on you. You know what I'm saying? That the obsession is real. It is fucking real. Oh, here comes Rodney. Rodney's back. Let me read what
okay.
someone has to say. Okay. I think it comes down to social perception. Everyone at some point or another wants to be viewed in a good light, even if that comes from strangers. Yeah, I would agree with that, Salt. That's facts on facts on facts. Hey,
Mhm.
Rodney, you back?
Yeah, I don't know how long. Actually, let me get to my destination. I need to get to the grocery store,
Mm-hmm.
so I think that's gonna take me like maybe like 20 minutes. If y'all still be live, then I'm gonna come up because Running Q, I don't have no reason to lie on her. Sincere, that woman came up here and fair lied. She did. It's two sides to every story, right?
Yeah,
It's two
there is
sides.
always,
So,
and sometimes
and I
three or
know it's
four.
gonna be my word against hers, but I remember what Shakim was saying. His situation with her is similar to mine. It's similar to
Um,
mine. So
but
I'm going
but you
to.
have had it out with quite a few of these sisters, because they have talked about like your anti-black or black women sentiment. You know what I mean? And I wish you did have time to like have a conversation, because I did want to ask you a couple of questions, because I know that
Uh,
since this has happened, there has to been a separation between you and people that you have considered like YouTube being in a YouTube ship.
right,
And what does that
right.
look like going forward? Like, especially in relation to you and Ness, because you and her are supposed to be so cool, but she has distanced herself from you. So, what does that look like?
Well, it is what it is. She. I feel like Ness. I mean, she was saying she was unsure and all that, but after her live, and when she was seeing all the comments and the people coming up there attack me, I'm pretty sure that kind of made her uncomfortable and feel some type of way. And so she said she just wasn't gonna just write me off. But for as me having a wrench in her chat, that she's gonna have to remove that. But
What
Um,
did you say? Why she was removing it? Was it of her own accord, or was it because of a
she just said
collective?
she was unsure about the situation.
Okay, so that was solely her idea.
Right,
Okay, it's
right.
not a
She
collective.
said she wanted like concrete evidence that the situation is true or not, and she was just unsure and confused about it.
I mean, that makes sense because on one hand, you have this particular so-called mysterious tweet that now is somehow deleted but can't be confirmed or whatever, right? But all these other ones can be. And then, but then there's you owning up to it, but then you're using words like if. And so that in of itself, when you use the word if, implies that you're not
And
sure or don't even believe in what the f you're saying yourself. So it's very, very, nuanced, and I think it's going to come down to how people personally feel about you individually, and then
well,
we'll see
it
the arguments come into play, like whatever the argument is going to be for you or against you. Hmm.
Well, it's unfortunately, I let the pressure get in it, and I know that's dumb. It was dumb for me to let that happen. It was dumb for me, but I was more concerned about my supporters. Sincere. That's what I was more, and it really made me feel some type of way when all this came out, and in the heat of the moment, in that moment, I just made a terrible mistake. I fucked up. I made a
Did
terrible
you
mistake.
did you lose a lot of supporters? Because they said that you had like lost a lot of people, subbies or whatever.
Yeah, I lost quite a bit of subbies. Yeah, I did. So yeah, with that,
Yeah.
yeah, I did. But I can only come out and defend myself. Like I say, that's not me. I would never be, a pedo. I would never do that. And then they were just adding on like the R. Kelly thing. Why would you name yourself Kelly and that's not really your name and blah blah blah. And then to put
Why
and
didn't
I'm
you
just like,
just
y'all.
tell them, Ronnie? Why didn't you just tell them that is your family name?
Well, I told him so that I didn't want to dox myself. That's in that moment. So I just left it alone.
But people already know the truth of that. There are people who
Yes,
look,
that is my family's name. Yes,
yeah, like that should have just been fucking said. Like, I took
right,
on my mother's maiden name because I thought that was gonna protect me from being doxxed or whatever, right?
right,
And
right,
then you got doxxed by Seven Stars or whoever the hell else that doxed you, and old things came out from way back because you had some enemies back then. So that fucking happened. And so when you end
right.
up having that conversation with grown folks, everything is being thrown at you, like the kitchen sink, but
Yeah,
these,
yeah. It was a lot over there. It was really heated. I was really in a hot seat, and so
but
and
some things
to and
could have
I
been
just want.
easily refuted though. Like some things could have just been easily addressed. They might have not have believed you or not, but some shit could be easily addressed. And this
Yeah,
is
I
what
was really trying to get them to believe me, but the more I talked, the worse it got. You see what I'm saying? And when people got their minds already made up, it's just nothing you can do about it. It's nothing you can do about it. And unfortunately for me, that was my biggest mistake is to I just kept talking and talking and digging. You know how when they said you should, ain't doing nothing but digging a hole for yourself? That's
yeah.
exactly what happened, so but yeah, but
And I think
honestly,
it's the way you talk. Like you have so many thoughts, and I think you don't really complete your thoughts fully, and you're jumping around, and so there's not like this cohesiveness where it
right.
can fully play itself out, the thought itself.
And
And
up under and
yeah,
I'm sorry, and I can handle myself up under pressure, but when that intense, and I'm trying to, think about, my mind was running all over the place at that moment. I was thinking about my supporters, the people that like me and all that, and and I was just blabbing and blabbing at the mouth, to try to get to believe me, and I didn't do nothing but make it just worse for myself.
P, is this you?
Hey, sincere, how you doing?
Hey now, what's
What
going
up,
on?
Pete?
What's going on? What's going on, Shakim? What's going on, Rodney?
What's up, P?
Oh, chilling. I didn't want to interrupt. Y'all go ahead and finish y'all point.
Okay, well, I gotta drop down. Let me get into this store.
Okay. All right.
And if you be live, then I'll come back.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you for coming up. Hey, Leslie. When he said he's like he was concerned about the supporters, like the supporters want to hear your story, I suppose, so they can continue to support you. They want to see you defend yourself. Like I'm confused by that conversation. Am I the only one confused by this shit? Like, well, not at least about the way the conversation is going. I'm saying.
Well, I think people are having a hard time, like, kind of, and I might be able to help. Really kind of pinpointing how you feel about the situation, right?
Pinpoint how I feel about it,
or I think like that. I think people are having a hard time, kind of. You know what I mean? Like,
hey, they feel. I just went live right now. Somebody's feeling a way about my crew. Like what?
No. Never mind. Okay. Like, and Rodney, I hope you're listening.
Cause I've been gone. I've been over in a whole different sector, so I know these niggas ain't trying to rope me up with me and nothing.
No. You know, and Shakim, hey, bro, that was, good work, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'm to keep you on retainer if I ever need you for future future disclosure and shit. But okay, so I don't want to say I got a problem because it ain't my situation, right? But what just makes me like kind of is I put myself in that situation, right? And say hypothetically somebody came out and was circulating that same tweet, like young whatever, right? I wouldn't have to think about it. Like the questionable tweets about the dudes or whatever, or the young men, like that wouldn't be something I'd have to think about. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, hell no, I didn't say no shit like that. Well, that shit's fake. You know what I'm saying? That's up for y'all to figure that shit out. But I'm telling you, that shit's fake because I ain't say no shit like that.
Facts. That's what I'm saying. I literally ain't fucking playing with you. Don't do it. Don't try it. That's where I'll start talking crazy. I'll have profanity, Tourette's, and some motherfucking thing. But sometimes you have to be a little bit calm and just use your words. You know what I'm saying? Because, profanity is when you have a lack of words and you just, you come out here crazy with it. But if it prompt you for somebody putting something like that out on you, he'll prompt you to go crazy, go dumb on their ass.
Now, this next statement, I'm going to choose my words carefully, all right? Now, and I think, like, when I put myself in that situation and when I look at how Rodney, like, initially handled it, like, it's like he had to think about it, which to me kind of came off like that's something
guilty, like you,
or that's something I might say. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. Like if you got to think about it, that means that's something that might be in your You see what I'm trying to say? Like
that's something that's indicative to you because you know yourself. Like
that's what and ain't no, but like I said, if it's the peer pressure and all that, but that's the way I processed it. Like, nigga, that wouldn't be something I have to think about. Like, and it has nothing to do with sexuality. It's about the age thing, right?
Right.
So if I know I didn't make no statements like that about young men or just say young women.
Wait, can we just say what was the statement exactly, Joaquin? What was exactly the statement? Because I couldn't even recall the exact statement. I just keep saying
Well, it was several. So one was he's cute and young, he can train me. I'll keep it.
He said he's cute and young, he can train me, or I can train him.
He can train me. I know how to keep secrets. That was like one.
So the cute and young person can train him. Train them in what? Okay, go ahead. What's the next one?
The other one was those
There were like 3 of them.
Light skins have stamina or something like that.
Okay. Because there was like 3 or 4 of them, right?
Yeah, it was like 3.
And from what I remember, like the one about the young light skins or whatever, like having the stamina,
you
right?
Got
or 17, like
what the fuck right now. This right here is salt. That's
from
why
what I remember,
you look like salt.
From what I remember, he was like he remembers saying that, but he didn't remember saying the other shit. So, but like you said, like his mistake was like, look, if, and that's hindsight 2020. Sound like a broken record. What's done is done, but like at this point, like right now, if it was me, I would just don't add more fuel to the fire and let the fire burn out. Let the news cycle run its course. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But every panel that he hit, every live that he do, it's just resetting the clock in which it's going to be talked about that much longer. You see what I'm saying?
Well, not that many people come over here, so him coming here is going to be of no consequence. At least I would think not.
Right.
But you never know.
But
so haters are haters. Such as such.
Rodney never did shit to me. I ain't got no issue with him. I mean, if it was a matter of just like motherfuckers pressure you into it, like don't let motherfuckers do that shit to you no more. But either way,
it's too late because Kyle's dropped down. But look, Kyle's dropped down in Shakim's live, right? I saw that, and he was like, "Yeah, it's too late. You can't do anything about it. The damage is done." So we do know there was a plotterization that went down. They were plot the fucking, on him, and they knew that even if he refuted it, they knew that they were putting out a rumor that was so stigmatizing that it didn't matter. It didn't matter when the truth came up. Whenever the truth comes, it was going to damage the integrity of this person.
Yeah,
exactly. And he didn't help it. He didn't help it owning to something that he says that he, didn't do. Like, why own it? But now my thought process is that you say there were 3 different comments that were made. When those 3 comments were put into Grok or whatever, did any of those 3 comments come up?
Nope.
Oh, nope.
They're all fake.
All 3 of them were screenshots, correct?
Correct.
Now we also know they can go to archive.org or the Wayback Machine or different places. There is arenas that they can take, but though Black Girls Code said that those are not viable options. So I want her to at least present one that is viable, and then you can use all that I've talked about, reading Chat GPT and Google Gemini, and then also whatever Black Girl Code presents, and then you should get a wider picture of what is happening, right? Because they're saying that those have been deleted. But also, this implies if you have screenshots, then it implies that there are witnesses.
Right.
Are the witnesses going to come forth? Is somebody going to do a panel with these witnesses? Are they going to give accounts, times, dates? What exactly was happening? I mean, like, is there what's going to happen? Is there going to be a eyewitness Negro report? I like to know.
Probably not. Well, LSA banned me, so I can't see anything they got going on over there.
I don't even know how to find the way to Sesame Street. I don't give a fuck about the bitches over there. I feel like they're bought and paid by certain people. And they have allegiances and alliances to certain fucking CCs. And I think that they have, they're biased. They're very biased. I know they don't like my ass, and good, thank you God, because friends like you, shit, who needs enemies?
That's why I laughed when Black Girls Code tried to bring up LSA, and she kind of anthropomorphized LSA as if it's like a person, when it's really a bunch of anonymous troll accounts from different camps.
Well, I mean, if they're being used as a viable, credible source, and those are multiple people who are fallible because they're individuals, right? Individuals, and an individual person can be fallible. But if they are being positioned as a viable, credible source, then why can't Grok be a viable, credible source? And why can't Google Gemini be one? And why can't Chat GPT be one? Like, I'm confused by that. But okay. So we still come back in the mulberry bush is that you owned up to something.
And that's the, you know what? Like, if he would have just like, man, look, I don't give a fuck what y'all saying. You know what I'm saying? That shit's fake. All right.
Yeah.
I can't look, y'all figure that shit out. I'm just telling you what the fuck I know. That shit's fucking fake and it's not me. And then Shakim come the next day with that shit, it would have been like,
that would have been the slaughter, point blank appeared. I was like, wow.
But at the end of the day, nigga, like, you got to ride this out. I mean, you do you agree with that, Shakim? Some shit you just got to ride out, Playboy.
I mean, yeah, they got over Goosey zooming in on Up at his daughter. I mean, you know.
Exactly. This too will pass, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like,
they get over it.
Yeah, he'll be all right. You know what I mean? But just stop talking.
I mean, it's just odd, that thought process, because like he was literally saying that they were young, and we know that being young could be relative, because you could be talking about if he's like 40 or maybe 60 or 50 or 70, 80, 90, 100, let's say the nigga's 100 years old, right? And he could be 100-year-old could be talking about an 80-year-old. An 80-year-old could teach the 100-year-old something different. Like, where's the context to it, and who are they actually talking about? Like, where's all the previous communications, and then his comment, and then all the stuff after the fact? Because that whole chain will bring context to that particular conversation. But you should know if you ever made a statement like that. I literally know myself, and I know if I would ever make a statement as to, you know what I'm saying, you know, I mean, I wouldn't say that, but I would know why I'm saying it. And I personally don't think ain't no youngster can teach me shit. I mean, well, maybe they might have a valuable point here and there, like, you know, something that can be like research and be like, oh, yeah, that's, you know, yeah, thanks, youngster. I learned something new from you. But are they talking in a sexual context and all that kind of stuff? Like, I'm confused.
It was just like, and that's the thing. Like, there's certain, to me, there would be certain, like if I said, hey, Sincere, you remember when you said you went to unalive yourself?
Yeah,
that wouldn't be something you'd have to, like, nigga, what the fuck is you talking about? You see what I'm saying? That would be something that you'd have to think about. You know, and I'm just like going from the mindset of there's certain shit, like, I don't have to think about if I said or not.
It depends on how strong-minded you are, though. Okay. And Black Girls Code, right. You can read her comment if you want. I thought she was leaving. But okay.
That's okay. Grok made those conclusions about the comment.
Yeah, so if it was on Grok, look, this is the point. This is another thing. Just to say this to you, Black Girls Code, I did read where if something's been deleted, it will go to that deleted post, but it will come back with an error code. Do you guys have the error code? Because a code means that there's going to be some numbers, and then you can look up the error code, and it'll tell you why this code came up.
Hey, now, Shakim, you know I ain't the most, like, I ain't totally computer stupid, but I ain't totally computer literate. So let me ask you a question about Grok, right?
Mm-hmm.
So basically, could it be said that Grok is X's in-house authenticator, so to speak?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So like, to me that says, like, all right, you might not be able to trust Grok if you talk about some shit that's not rated to X. But if it's rated to X, you can pretty much at a 99.99% accuracy, like, this is their authenticator for their platform.
Yeah, exactly.
So if it's examining something that's in-house, most likely it's going to get correct. Because when I was reading what it was saying, it was even like, well, on this day this happened, but not this shit. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, if it was,
that's what I've been trying to tell these people. This shit is not deleted. If they want to bring some charges towards him or whatever they're trying to do, they can get the information, and it won't be no ifs and buts about it.
So am I factual by saying that, Shakim?
Correct. Yep, 100%.
And for real, if you want to get down right to it, like, ain't no running from the way back machine. So I'll just leave it right there, for real.
Yeah, they didn't produce no archive.org link. See, the thing about the Grok thing, which I love the most, is that they popped themselves when they included other accounts in that fake thread that they made. So not only was the tweet itself fake, they said this other user that's in this thread is also fraudulent. And the screenshot as a whole is not aligned properly. Like, Grok pointed out many issues with those screenshots. So if they want to make the argument now that all the salacious tweets are deleted, they didn't make that argument at first. So we're going to move the goalposts and say the tweets are now deleted. Nobody could find them.
Okay. Well, you know, all the other shit is off the, like, if this was a court of law, right? Just everything, right? Enough reasonable doubt is there to take everything off the table except for his words. Now it's a matter of his own fucking words. Did you not confess to X, Y, and Z?
So in the court of law, what he did would be known as recanting his statement. You see what I'm saying? Right.
And now at this point, you have put yourself on the witness stand. You have testimony to the point of you saying that you did a thing. And that is like any lawyer would have ever told him, just shut the fuck up, plead the whatever, you know what I'm saying? Just be quiet. You ain't taking the stand, and let everybody come with whatever they're going to come with, right? And let us do all this for you, or, you know, we'll have this fight for you. But he took the stand. And he confessed to a thing. Now, but words do matter. The word if, right? He used the word if quite a few times. And then after certain things came out, like where Shakim came out here with the Grok situation and all this stuff, his words became a little stronger. He became vehemently like, I did not. But before it was if. So what do you think about that, P? The if, and then now the stronger words.
Well, I'll take it even deeper than that. Like I said, it was about 3 or 4 statements or tweets. Couple on this Cali. My bad. Hold on.
Plead for 50. Okay. Let's see. If you listen to
so
on ZX,
like I said, there was, because I'm a wordsmith and I analyze words. So
you have to analyze.
There was like 3 or 4 tweets that were in question, right? The one about the young light skins, that's the one that he explained, like, hey, you know, woo. The other ones had the ifs attached. So, okay, Shakim, let me ask you a question. Did you know before you like did your research what he had said?
What you mean, like the tweets themselves? Did I see them?
No. Did you know that Rodney had like admitted to at least one of them?
I would say I saw the ZX live where he addressed them. Yeah.
Okay. So, like after hearing him, I mean, because this is really like, and I know you know what I mean. So I'm very curious to know you. Like, so what prompted you after he kind of admitted to it to take that further step to do what you did?
Oh yeah, well, several things. I mean, considering the source, and I know that they made up fake tweets on me. I know how this goes. Like I already know how they get down, and then his lack of confidence, like the if statements, the conditional phrasing. That to me let me know right then when the lady got mad at him for not remembering these tweets, the same live that they're saying he admitted to all this stuff in, he would say, I don't remember, I don't recall, or You know, if I said that, this is how it was. So they got mad at him for not remembering. Basically.
That's why when you did the Grok thing, I was surprised when the one about the young, about the young 17-year-olds having stamina. I'm surprised that one didn't come back as big. Like the way like when you start going through it, I thought it was like he said that, but the other shit he didn't. Like he said that, and somebody based off of that, like, you know, because it looked like the other tweets was built off of that one, if you understand what I'm saying, because they were even after that one, like supposedly dated too, right?
Yeah, they were. What was crazy was they were all over the place. Like one was from 2019, one was from 2021. So they were kind of years apart, but it's like they had the same kind of blueprint to them.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, and like I said, like I just can't forget what that nigga said though. I mean, you know, and it ain't about
that is what, like, everybody's holding his feet to the fire for that.
I mean, and just like if he wasn't so about that one particular tweet, he was just so detailed in this explanation, in this mindset as to why he said it, what he was thinking, what he wasn't thinking to do. It's like,
yeah, and that's why his feet is being held to the fire in regards to that. So if I was if I was to say, if I was a lawyer, right, and say he was my client, first of all, you're not going to take the stand, and whatever the fuck you think, you're gonna tell me, right? Like whatever your thought process is, and I would advise you accordingly, right? But also, I would say let everybody come out with whatever they're going to come out with, and let's see the evidence of these things, right? And it's not hard, as Salt had even pointed out. It's like, you know, even if it's deleted, you can get to that platform. And I've said this once before in regards to something around Shakim, is that if this actually occurred and this took place, go to YouTube and retrieve the viable fucking concrete evidence of this scenario. But he has condemned himself with his own words, and that is what we're talking about. The condemnation, like you condemned yourself in a way. You know,
yeah, I was kind of thrown back because when he hit your link, Shakim, I thought he was gonna admit to the one, and like the other ones was fake. So when he said that one was fake too, I'm like, nigga,
look what, like, this is what Salt says. Detail means an extended thought on that subject has happened. Yeah, that is true. An extended observation. So, like, if you know that's not in the character of you to say things like that, that immediately should just take you aback and be like, what? No, I don't know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? That would elicit some kind of reaction, right? A reaction of like, that ain't that's not how I'm going. That's not how it goes down with me. I'm not that something like that would never even come out my mouth, you know?
Well, I'm about to drop down, but at the end of the day, you know, whether he talk or he don't talk, this shit is gonna run this news cycle, and motherfuckers are gonna move on to other things. So, you know, he's like they say, everybody get a turn, bro. You know, and unfortunately, like based on the way you reacted to it, this your turn. So, you know what I mean? But I said, you know, no ill will. You know what I mean? Like I said, you ain't did shit fucked up to me. So, hey, you know what I mean? But,
I think that's why a few people have said that maybe he needs to go take a break or whatever. But I've heard some other content creators like speaking to the situation, and some of them have adamantly said that they're not out here to condemn him or whatever. And you know what I'm saying? And they're kind of like speaking to the point of, you know what I'm saying, look, you know, this is not a Yusuf thing. Do you know about the Yusuf situation? Like, there's no viable proof of him being a perv of some sorts where, you know, and they are saying these things, right? But it's received better because they are the ones saying it, and there's the likability there. But say a person like me who's kind of examining it thoroughly on all factual parts, right? It could be twisted or whatever because there's a dislike or disdain for me. Or, I am simply saying that, I'm looking at the whole pie, all the pieces in the pie of itself wholly. And if they are, because there was like some kind of like, what did you say? They put out something for people to report him, some kind of 800 number or whatever.
Oh, jeez.
The child's crime unit, yeah.
Yeah. So if you do something like that, I'm assuming, right, I would assume that you want people to call that, report him, and then bring some kind of case towards him. And also, I'm saying that if that is the case, then you should have all your ducks in order. There should be viable, concrete evidence to a crime and some other stuff, and it should all add up. It just should all fucking add up. But outside of that, then it's just basically a whole bunch of people, like it's like a lot of conjecture of whatever. But the most damning thing would be is that you pondered upon a particular thought process and then took ownership to it. And you can't make that go away because that happened. It fucking happened. So like these things are happening, but it's going to be interesting to see how they treat other CCs or people, how the CCs will be looked upon, those who speak upon it, right? And it will be based solely on how other people feel about them. Like, I don't like this bride, so she's being very nonsensical. She's da 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 da. Or I do like her, and yeah, she made a point. So it is right now we are talking about the court of public opinion, because that's where we're at with it.
Mm-hmm.
It's the court of public opinion.
Yep.
Well,
sure
and you know what? You'd be surprised, like, see comments in the chat and all that. How many people really truly don't give a fuck? They just going along with the masses.
Yeah.
Or the group, you know what I mean? And that's what creates the masses and the group think. It's just, it's like, okay, they going at this motherfucker, so I gotta go at this motherfucker. You know what I mean? And it applies to Rodney and other people. What he did was, hey, it is what it is. But as it relates to the beef sector, he's far from the fucking benchmark. So,
well, and there's another thing that came up as well, right? Because they keep having these conversations about who's beef sector, not beef sector, and all this other stuff. Like that's playing a part into it as well, where there was a big hoopla about the whole beef sector situation, and this is who you're trying to say is beef sector and da 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 da, as if like the people in the beef sector are just void of any kind of inconsistencies or void of any kind of fucking account, like weird ass things that have came out their mouth and said and done.
Oh please, that's what this shit is. That's what this sector is based off of. Let's stop playing.
They're mad about him. They're mad about it. Like, I guess it goes back to that whole Tasha K / Nyla Says, post of beef sector. And then they brought up how Sean Bradley came out here and kind of like, approved of him and so on and so forth. So like, there's a couple of things going down. Oh my Lord.
Jealousy.
Yes, Mulatto. Pam,
Peace, family. How y'all doing?
Doing very well. Do you know about these particular things or no?
This is Pam Mulattoism. How y'all doing, family?
Yeah, let me go ahead and drop down. It's just that one dude. I'm about to drop.
Okay. Now, right. Do you know anything about this particular?
Oh, wait a minute, Rodney back. Hold on for a minute. My bad.
Okay, Pam, do you know anything about this particular conversation?
Changing the name to maybe the love sector, where African Americans come into contact with each other and love each other.
Okay, but we're not having that particular conversation right now. So could you just like get down and come back when we're talking about something that's more in your wheelhouse?
So y'all rather beef while foreigners take over your communities. It's sad. All right, well, much love. Peace.
All right. Bye. Oh my God. I just
What?
Can y'all hear me?
okay. Yes, I can hear you, Roddy. Go ahead. You have time to
Yeah,
communicate now.
but like I say, I fucked up, so I got the stand, but my thing is, it was it was it was just up under pressure, man. That's all I could say. I was just trying to appease the people and my supporters, and the reason why I explained it like I did is because due to prayer, because at first I did it when it all came out. At first I did deny it. I went down my timeline, my Twitter and all that, and I didn't see none of those tweets. You see what I'm saying? And so by me
Okay.
seeing those and up under my name, I'm just like, damn, so I didn't know. I was just confused, didn't know what to do, and didn't know what to say. So
And
in
I
that
ain't.
heat of the moment, that's why I went into detail trying to explain and trying to get them to see that this is not what it seemed perceived to be, but it just didn't do no good.
Hey, and
But
why?
I'm wondering if I can get kind of like go down to the authorities and get an investigation going and see if they can really pull up, if these tweets are real or not, because I know they're fake. I know I haven't said, typed anything like that.
I mean, but I think it's the way you're expressing it, right? Because you're saying, "I wonder if I can go down to go down to the authorities and see if these tweets are real or not." That in itself is implying that there might be some validity to these tweets, and if you know yourself and you know how you communicate and you know how you present, you can say it vehemently. You can say it adamantly. The fuck I
Now
said
I'm just
something like
saying
this.
to prove that they are fake. I know they're fake. I know they're fake, but my thing is, like I say, I just wanted to prove my supporters that this is not me. Like
You
some
know,
like
Rodney.
a something like a lie detector test or something.
You know what? I feel you. And one thing that I learned, like, on this motherfucker, bro, and I'm about to dip, but is
Okay.
that like your truth is like your truth, right?
Right.
And what I had to learn the hard way on here is that I can't make a motherfucker believe me who don't believe me.
Right. That's true. That is so true.
So it's like if you, it's like why waste time continuing to talk to people who ain't gonna believe you?
Mm.
You
Mhm.
where P, you right. I can't argue with that. I
You see what
can't
I'm
argue
saying?
with that. Right.
And I've been through that. Like you see what I'm saying? Like where I've showed video evidence of shit. Like now this is the truth. This is woo woo woo. And it's like woo woo. So I learned then like you can't convince a motherfucker whose mind is made up.
Right, exactly. And I've said that on my one of my lives, but go ahead.
You know what I mean? So it's just like best thing to do is like you've already said enough. You know what I mean? In my opinion,
Right,
just
right,
ride this
right.
shit the fuck out, bruh.
Yeah, just
Just
ride it out. You know what? You know what, buddy? I agree with that. But trust and believe, um, that is not what I am, and no, don't ever tend to do no shit like that. But like I say, it was a mistake in the heat of pressure in the moment, and and I just made a real bad decision. I did.
well,
which I fabricated and lied about the damn shit, and it
well,
still didn't do no good. It just made it worse.
you
I
know,
lied about that shit. I lied about it.
shit. Just nigga, toughen up. You know what I'm saying? Just toughen up a little bit. Like when you like if it's pressure like that, like either dip or come out swinging, flat to knock out anybody who friend or foe, whoever fucking close. If it's like that, get the fuck up off me, motherfuckers. The fuck.
Right, right.
But don't fold, nigga. Never fold. All right.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
All right, bro. I'm about to drop down. Shakim, tell him never fold, nigga. Tell them never fold,
Right.
nigga.
I'll never do that.
Sincere, never fold.
But I want to say this to y'all here.
I
I want to
told
say
him
this to
to follow
y'all. I want to say this
bitches.
to y'all.
Mm-hmm.
So when Shakim did, can
Are you
y'all hear
there?
me?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
think
did he knock him out?
I think.
Oh,
Wait a minute. I'm gonna have to drop down and come back.
okay. All right. Let's talk about it. It says the police can investigate you deleting the tweets and arrest you. They can do that. So that would have to have had happen. So did it happen?
Well, that's the argument they're now making. Now that we've proven that the tweets are not legitimate, now they're trying to make the argument or take the position that all those tweets were deleted.
I mean, it's easily resolved, right? All they have to do is go to actually X and to the administrator or whatever and say, around this about a time, some things were said and done, and we would like, the information or the proof of that. And so if he did say a number of things that actually produced some activity, then yeah, it's there.
Yeah, exactly.
You did improve ish because Grok isn't accurate. Well, I mean, Grok will find a tweet. So if it's public and it's out there, Grok will actually find a tweet. And if it goes to a deleted tweet, it will come up with an error code. So that will happen. But if you want to find the missing link, you can go to archive.org, and there's some other ways of finding that out. But if you do have, I've expressed that to a few people, if you have a viable resource, right, you have one that is tried and true outside of LSA and other situations, then please tell everybody to go there. Tell them to go there. And then also the witnesses, the ones who took the screenshots that were there when it happened, bring them along as well. If we're talking about that. But for all intents and purposes, one should be talking about the actual words that came out of his mouth. That's something different. Are you there, Rodney? Which one is
when Shakim, did his investigation, and this is what I keep bringing up. Now, they believed all the huh?
No, go ahead. I'm listening to you.
First, the pedo tweets and all that. They say that those was inaccurate, because he did an investigation on it. He typed the information in, and it came out that the tweets didn't even exist. Mm-hmm. But when he did it to the ones on the other ones, when they turn out to be actually real, they let that ride. They didn't say they let that go. So how come they didn't say that was inaccurate as well?
Right. They're picking and choosing. And if they're going to discredit Grok, that's still not a substitute for positive proof of the claim that's being made. A screenshot is not a proof of a tweet. So, and even your screenshot.
This person, let's talk about it, is saying that this particular, the one that we're talking about, right? Because there's a few tweets that they presented or whatever, but the one that is in question is the one about the 17, right? 17. So this person is saying that, that's been out for a while. I thought it was most recent, like in 2026 sometime. So what is a while? Has it been out for like 3 years, 4 years? Like, what's the while? Do they know what hey, just chilling. Hi, how are you? Hi, Sincere. He can't download his Twitter archive and everything is there. Or he can download his Twitter archive and everything is there. No, those 17-year-old tweets were from years ago. Yes, so could you please tell me what long ago? Like, what was the date on the actual, was there a date on the actual screenshots that they sent? If it was from years ago, when they were first like coming out here, doing all the things towards Rodney and putting all this stuff out on his Twitter, how come that wasn't presented? The anti-black and the gorillas were in 2026. Oh, okay. So If the other ones were from years ago, how come it's not like, were they presented a long time ago? Because I do know that there, because even Ronnie Q was saying that there was some stuff that was presented a while back, and they were being circulated. So is it with amongst that? And was it a conversation then?
It was never a conversation because the tweets weren't there. Like I said, his Twitter has been public this whole time. It's been doxed by multiple people, and these tweets were never there. So how convenient that now Roddy's deleted all the evidence, but they had all the time in the world to screenshot the shit so that they could conveniently put out the messages. So they popped themselves in so many ways, but I'll let them, they can have it.
So they're saying one was in 2019 and one was in 2021. Okay. So the 2019 and 2021 stuff, like, where, because Ronnie was just here and she was talking about how she was speaking on some of the things that were already presented out there that was put out around the time they were having circling wagons on Rodney some time ago. Where's the conversation? There has to be a live towards the, conversating about this same subject matter, because it was out, they were out there, gunning for him.
Exactly.
You know what?
I'm confused about that.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
They if that statement in time, they would have been in found that point blank period.
Yep.
They would have been in found that sincere. If if those tweets was way back then, they would have been to let me have it a long time ago.
Yep. Just like, remember when Goooo had to come out here and admit that tweet about Brianna's channel was fake? Because he was like, I went through all of Shakim's tweets and LSA and that whole LSA community, they're like full-time stalkers over there. So, nah, ain't no way. All of these so-called doxers been in this sector for 7 years and they ain't found this shit until today in August. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Right.
Folks,
that's crazy.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
And when Seven Stars dox your ass, she gonna dox you.
Okay, RY no. Shout out to the Church of God in Black Christ.
So let's talk about it. Like, a lie is a lie is a lie, and the truth is the truth is the truth. And if quite a few people, I guess, are calling this 800 number or plan on calling the 800 number that was presented and going to the FBI and stuff. And so let the FBI do what they're going to do. Or you actually can do it yourself, or those people who feel away. You can inundate X, the administrator for the X platform, and they can come up with the actual communication if it exists. If it fucking exists, then there you go. There you fucking go. You know
what, sincere? I don't think this is gonna go any further because they know them damn tweets is false. They know they are. They know they are.
They know. And Rodney,
it's not going to go any further.
In multiple ways. So let them try to say that you deleted the tweets. That's even better, because I'm gonna go live again, and I'm gonna really prove, like, even the fake accounts that they added to those fake threads don't even exist. So they popped themselves, and it's
but
okay.
That's like one aspect of the conversation, though, and I want to reiterate that, right? And I started off this conversation stating that there are 3 different things, or a couple of things that are, moving around, at the same time. But I feel like other things can be proved, point blank, period. When it comes to fake tweets or fake this, that, and other, it's simply just going to the administrator of the X platform and saying, hey, this happened on this date, and we want whatever paperwork or whatever tweets or whatever you have, it could be subpoenaed, and that will be viable. It will pop up if it exists, right? So those things can be easily, refuted or, proven or whatever. But at this point, the only thing that is really of relevance is, admission or self-admission, right? If you are self-admitting to a situation, now that would be the actual, if you were, say, in court or whatever, that would be the actual battleground. The battleground is hey, there has been an ownership from your own verbiage, your own words, that, to this particular statement. And that is where you would have the battle. All the other stuff is stuff that can be easily, because a couple of things can be true at one time, right? It could be true that stuff was doctored, and then it could be true that you took an ownership to a thing. Like these, so truths are truths, but what is the truth? You know what I'm saying? Which would be a culmination of all the pieces of the pie. So, that in itself is something different. Sincere, what's your email address? I will email them to you. No, I don't know about one. I don't never check my email. I really don't. But I'll just put it up here for the sake of sake, because people be, I'll forget about this damn lie. I'll forget about it just as quick as it happened. There you go. Tickering across there. I forget the the screenshots. Okay, I was going to ask about the thread owners and if they are real. Yeah, so this is the thing. For some reason, people don't want Grok to be okay. They don't feel like Grok is a viable. Some people, not all people, but they don't feel like Grok is a viable resource, right? They don't feel that ChatGPT is a viable resource for anything, or Google Gemini is a viable resource. Some feel like Google might be a viable resource, but it just depends on what you're trying to refute, right? Or approve. But if all these platforms are not viable resources and they have been used as resources, then there is nothing out there that can actually, prove one thing or another. Now, you can go to archive.org, but maybe they're going to say that's not a viable resource. So I'm saying to those who are, very adamant about this being an actual thing, please present the website where that is a viable resource that we all can go to look it up. Because I read it off point blank and period. And so where's the viable resource? Could somebody tell us where to go? Because if it's not Grok, if it's not archive.org, if it's not ChatGPT or any of these other places, like what's the platform? How do you do it? It's not.
And what is the original thread? Because even if Rodney deleted his reply, the original thread should still exist. But how convenient that neither the original thread and Rodney's replies don't exist on any archive or any crawl of X. How convenient for them.
So, there's that. But when we're talking about, I feel like, right, when it comes to it, that certain things that he said, Grok was able to locate. And that was more towards his, what do they say? The racist things he said towards Black people, or the self-hatred things, those came up, but the other things did not come up. And so Grok was able to find certain stuff, but then the other stuff was like, it didn't come up, or was there an error code or whatever. So, I don't know. But if you have another one, use that. Okay, so the Twitter archive has every tweet he has ever tweeted, even the deleted ones, because it captures your original tweets and comments, and Shakim should be able to show him how to do that. So
I did just chill, and Grok searches the archives as well. It doesn't just search the live feed, it searches the archive, it searches the web, it searches all possible sources on the web.
So if it was years ago, those pages probably were deleted. Well, that's why I'm saying go to archive.org, because it would have a remnant of it or whatever, trace of it. But if it was years ago, and you said it came up years ago, do you have a live to refer to or spoken to a few years ago? That who did a live on it? I'm certain somebody did, because he had some enemies then, but then they act that way towards him then. So apparently there was somebody feeling the way.
Let's talk about it as Audio's troll page, but I could be wrong.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You know that person. Okay.
Let me say, hey, sincere, Audio Pope is talking crap about you. I don't know why, but he can have at it. I mean, it's to be anticipated. For some reason, he feels a way about me. I don't particularly care about him. I don't care about him. So he can say whatever he wants to say. You know, if he can literally, if Audio Pope can come up with the exact dates or whatever, and all the other stuff that goes with it, then, I mean, he should be able to talk shit. But there's nothing to talk shit about in regards to me. I don't have, you know, I am very clear in where I'm at with it. I am saying that other things are easily can be refuted or proven, point blank and a period. But when we're talking about the words, confessions or admissions of guilt, that stuff cannot be changed. It came out your mouth, and so therefore, one would have to deal with that, point blank, period. You know, so I don't know what his problem is. Those tweets are not his original tweets, right? Those were replies, correct?
Correct.
The one about a 17-year-old with stamina.
Actually, all of them were replies, now that I think about it. And even in the screenshot, that's why Brock was like, even the account that replied to Rodney was fake. And, you know, it's very interesting. Now they're going to say conveniently it was so many years ago, so all the people in the thread deleted their accounts.
I don't think your Audio. Let's talk about it. They're saying that Audio is talking about me, and I'm saying I don't give a fuck. It's to be expected or anticipated. I literally, when I'm done with this live, I'll be somewhere in a whole different other sector, not thinking about him or any of the shit. It is what it is. And if one feels a way about me personally, then of course there'll be an attack on my conversation. But I'm pretty much not saying anything more or less than what any of these other CCs have said. But they are being a little bit more clear in the sense of saying, well, I think I've been very clear, but they're just straight up saying, oh, I'm not here to condemn him. And, you know, it hasn't been proven this way or another. And that is acceptable. That is acceptable. The words that are coming out their mouth. There's nothing to say. But because I'm saying it, or I'm talking a certain way, or I'm breaking it down, I'm a problem. Like, no, this is not my problem. This is not my admission. And none of that stuff. This is not my action. But this is a conversation about something that has happened in that particular sector, which I am not a part of. Thank God. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we know why Audio's mad. Okay, I'll be mad too though. You said Ma Dave just ordered a Mohawk white wig.
Now,
got some extra glue too. Let's go.
Now, Audio went at you. What's up with the Bay Area ninjas having beef sincere? Man, I don't know, but that nigga's from Placerville. Let that sink in your head. And then apparently before he was, you know, he was claiming the peninsula. Okay, so like, come on now. I don't know. Yeah.
He's mad because he doesn't have a sincere. He's just like Stefan. He got the same disease Stefan got. When it comes to me, they don't want me to have any support. And when they see anyone in my corner, you know, they try to compare themselves to our dynamics, and then it always leads to them to feeling rejected. So, you know, he's been feeling some type of way about you, remember?
Oh, yeah, because like when he came over here, he was trying to actually have a conversation with you, but I put you in the back to see because he had never like hit my link before. So I was really trying to see where he was coming from. And then the whole time he wasn't like really trying to add to the conversation per se. He definitely was trying to come at you. Then he got upset because I was trying to move the thing along, and then it became like a personal vendetta. Then he took his ass over there to what's that? Who?
Lemons.
Well, he went over to what's that broad? I can't even think of that broad right now. To her funky ass and stuff.
Kazara?
Oh, Reed.
Oh, Reed. Yeah, Reed Tunnel. Oh, yeah, because he was up there when she dropped you, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They was trying to make it like they were upset with me because I just asked the question, because my question was very simple and it's the same and my words haven't changed. Like when you were running around in Kimmy's face or you had cloned her, you know, avatar, did you strike a person or do something menacing under her avatar? That was a simple question. And then it became all hell broke loose. And I'm looking at the email right now because I don't really like, but you're lucky because you caught me to do this because I don't normally do this shit. But yeah, these are the things that we were talking about. So it says, apparently this was from Rodney on August 28th, 2021. And then the person that replied said, you're getting blocked. This is some pedal stuff, extra, 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 right? And then the other one was on August 31st, 2019, where he made talking about cute and young. He can train me. I keep secrets. So, so one happened in 2019. What happened in 2021? Those are, so those are the ones that are in question. Yeah.
Yep, and that account that called him a PDF, how convenient that that account has no activity. It was actually found to be fraudulent. So, if you're going to make a fake screenshot, you got to make a lot of fake things. And then that thread, does it not say at the top that the original post was deleted by the author?
It says this post was deleted by the post author. Who's the author of this post?
So conveniently, the post author can't be identified. It's been deleted, and then even the account that's in the thread under Rodney calling him a PDF, that account can't be found either. Really?
Yeah, well, we definitely know. I guess the author is not. This is Rodney responding on somebody's post, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So there's that. Like, I don't know. It's just, a couple of people, a couple of CCs. I'm not going to even mention their name because it's not for me to drag them in. Their words are out there. People were there and witnessed their stance, and they have said what they wanted to say about it. And then people are going to be in support of them and not think twice about it. But because it's sincere and I'm saying what I'm saying, which is I haven't said much other than speaking to what has been out there, put out there, whether it will be, is there some validity to it or not, or how you can go retrieve some information, so on and so forth. It will be turned into a hodgepodge of fuckery and bullshit. So it is what it is. It's about the likability, aspect of it, whether you like me or don't like me. But I'm saying you should just take that off the board. You don't have to like me to actually listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth and things that I have actually read. And we'll just reiterate. I'll reiterate it one more time for those in the back who might be a little bit slow, right? If we're talking about these things can be easily substantiated if you just go to X or Twitter themselves. If there is something there, they should be able to pull it. They can retrieve it, and then you will have your evidence of X, Y, and fucking Z. But at this point, all of that is much ado about nothing. But if we're talking about something, it would be the words that came out of Rodney's mouth. Him self-incriminating or admission to, and that would be the conversation to have, right? If you're going to have a conversation, it's about admission of guilt, right? So if you know those type of things, understand those type of things, if you ever been in a situation where you had to prove yourself, prove your innocence or whatever, it's always about what can be proved. So if one admits to a thing, those words can be used against you. That's why most lawyers will tell you that, don't take the stand. We don't want you, you shut the fuck up and I'll handle this, that type of thing, right? So it is what it is. And now Rodney has came out here and he has literally said that he had his back up against the wall and he didn't know how to respond, and the word if was out there and so on and so forth, and that did happen. And one can go to grown folks. I think that didn't happen. Grown folks go to his fucking live and get the right verbiage, right? Like what was actually fucking said. And you can, me personally, when people are saying a thing, I am listening to all the words that are coming out their mouth and I'm weighing it pound for pound. I don't have to like you or dislike you to do these things. I don't, because I am not an accusatory person in the sense of if I dislike you, I'm just going to go along with, the group thing. I'm just not going to do that because I understand that when you're walking in this world, ain't nothing worse than a person who has an axe to grind with you and wants to see you 10 feet under. You know, it's nothing worse than that. And we as Black people have literally dealt with that. The history of our people, where people will be out here pointing fingers because they just want to string a person up. And you know, if you are of your father, then you probably that's your mindset. I am not of that mindset. I am of my people, and we don't fucking play those type of games. Either it is or it ain't. Either it could be substantiated or can't. Either it's factual or it's not. We're not looking to string people up for no fucking reason, and we want to get down to the truth of things. That's my lineage, but I don't know where these other niggas is coming from. But one thing that is standing glaringly out there is that Rodney admitted to something, but also we have to look at the admission, the words that were used, how it was presented, the whole situation matters. That all matters. And also something that's very glaringly true is that this particular group of people, I call them a coven because they're very crafty, very fucking crafty. They weave together a situation, and there are truths in there and there are lies. That's what it looks like.
They do that well, I guess.
Yeah, and they are gunning for him, and they're probably going to be gunning for whoever the fuck else. And
they're already gunning for me. They claim they doxed, a family member's business of mine today. So thank you for doing that, because I knew I was your next target, bitch. I know exactly who you are, and you're not fooling me at all. Go ahead, Sincere.
I mean, it's very unfortunate. You know what I'm saying? I'm not invested in people like that. I don't give a fuck. Like, you are strangers to me. I should be a stranger unto you. And it's not that serious. And, whatever. It, like, in that manner for me to give a fuck that deep. But yeah, but we will see. But let me get up off of here, Shakim. I got some things to do. Are you going to go live later?
Yeah, I'll see. I might come live a little bit later.
Okay. Well, I thank you for your time. I thank Rodney for his time, and, P for his time. And, we'll see what happens, going forward.
Likewise. Well, thanks for having me, Highlander Country. Talk to you later. Peace out.
All right. See you later. I never want to put a jacket on anyone, but he admitted to it. That's what I'm saying, sweet one. And that's the only thing at this point that is actually has weighted relevance or bearance upon what was happening, is that there was an admission, point blank, period. All the other stuff can either be at this point, it will be a debate. It'll be a straight up fucking debate. And I brought out some things and places people can go. And then there's been, just chilling, came in here and said some things, whatever. And it is whatever you believe at this point. But there are ways to access. But the major way you can fucking access it is if you go to Twitch themselves, to the administrators of Twitch, they literally can pull that fucking conversation per the handles of that person, and then also the unique identifying number, right? There's a number that goes along with these particular tweets and comments and stuff that is identifying to that person. And if it doesn't have that ID, then it doesn't fucking exist. You can look it up yourself. I mean, go back and listen to what I said and what I read off and so on and so forth. And if you don't, then fucking don't. If you like or dislike or hate, just keep doing whatever the fuck is natural to you. Just do the natural you. And I'm going to do naturally what comes natural to me. This is different than when Ghetto Intellect misspoke. Man, this is something else. So it's crazy. It's serious to many people because social media has become people's social life in its entirety. Facts on facts on facts. Yeah, this is what they have. This is what they have. But I'm going to be off to the mafia sector because I think they might be popping it now. Is it time? Let me look and see. God dang, I probably missed some good stuff. Let me see. Let me see. No, that's not. Don't say anything good for me. No. Yeah, no, they ain't went live over there yet. All right, I'm up out of here. Bye, y'all. Shit, let me put my outro. Where's my damn outro? This is Sincere's outro. Bye, y'all.